Challenger Series is back in Africa, where midwinter is prime swell season, and it's certainly not let us down thus far. Checking out early morning arrivals, really good chance we'll be heading to finals day today on Saturday. Let's see how that plays out at the moment. We're just checking out our remaining surfers in the draw. Of course, down to semis now, so just 4 surfers on each side. Some big names, some household names, a lot of CT pedigree in this draw, as well as the young up-and-coming surfers. Duran Guru with the beady eye on conditions out there this morning. We're getting early morning glimpses on another beautiful morning, another delicious sunrise here in Quadakuza. Let's say good morning to our panel, Emma Smith and Mike Frew. How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm frothing. I'm like already on the edge of my seat and we haven't even started, and I feel like you can just feel how important these heats are.
The beach is electric this morning. The energy down there is like we haven't seen before for a long time, and we're anticipating the best surfers in the world out there. So many people come down to enjoy today.
All right, let's go and find out exactly what's happening today. We'll hear from Travis Logie with Tash.
It's another beautiful day here in Ballito. I'm standing alongside WSL Commissioner Travis Logie. He's going to give us the call.
Morning, Tash. Another great morning of waves. 7 days in a row. I can't believe it. We're so lucky. It is officially finals day. We're going to start off with the women's semi-finals, then straight into the men, back into the women's finals, then the men's finals. 35-minute heat, so 3.5 hours of action. Should be an epic day.
All right, great stuff there from Travis. Not really having to do too much thinking. Get his thinking cap on. It's 7 days. It's just been pumping here, and a pretty easy call for Travis to make. And Mike, we've been talking about this forecast since day one. It's promised quite a lot. It's delivered quite a lot so far.
We had the biggest swell of the whole event on Thursday when we had that chunky ground swell come through. Today, looking at the conditions, Paul, it was full high tide. It's 7:15 this morning. It's low tide at 1:15 this afternoon, so that tide draining out. And I think Travis making the call to utilize the best conditions over the low tide when we're going to have consistent waves coming through here at Surfers.
And Emma, looks like, you know, finals day, obviously, we're expecting the biggest performances from the best surfers remaining in this. What are you expecting performance-wise out here this morning?
I think I'm expecting big. The sand in Ballito at the moment is amazing. I feel like as this tide drops and, you know, any wave that hits that bank, we're just going to see some big stuff. So, yeah, and it looks like no wind. It's glassy. Saw the, you know, the iconic dolphins this morning. I think we're going to have an amazing day.
Bit of morning sunshine warming up round here. There's a slight chill in the air first thing, and then things get really warm. It is subtropical here, and we have been absolutely blessed with winter swells. Let's check out how we got here and see our bracket towards the final as we set up for a big finish in Ballito. And a lot of talent in this field. We've mentioned places are tight in terms of qualifying off the challengers. Right now, 4 surfers left, Mike.
Yeah, looking at the draw there, you got Vahini Fierro and Zali Kelly in the first heat. Neither of those surfers have any championship tour experience this year. Vahini's best result so far, 5th on the Gold Coast, and Zali got a 9th in Sydney. And then looking at that second heat, both of those surfers have had championship tour experience at the top level this year so far.
Right, that's the bracket for the women setting up. You mentioned that experience. The likes of Bella Nichols, Bronson McCall, second semi. They're going to need to draw on that experience, taking on the younger generation. Here's that story again from the men, and that really similar story, Emma, of that experience and some of these established names who've done it before, who've got qualifications done, taking on the sort of baying pack coming up through the rankings, and that's what we got in each of our semis.
Yeah, I feel like it's a proper split of exactly that. And, you know, in the final we might see some of the guys with more past experience and old friends staying together, matching it up in the final, or, you know, the new young blood in the final.
I'm going to need names. I'm going to need a name, Mike. A boy and a girl. Who you like?
Okay, so I'm going to go with the form surfers in this event. And if I look at the draw there, both winners from the Sydney Surf Pro are still in the event. So Isabella Nichols and Cole Hauschman, they're coming with massive rhythm into this event.
Emma, who are you betting the farm on quickly?
Oh, I mean, Bronte's looking so strong. Vaheen's looking so strong. I'm going I think Vaheen and Cole.
All right, let's set our first semi-final. Let's check out Vaini Fierro coming 14th on the Challengers into this one. So a decent result from her over on the Gold Coast so far this year. But this already much better. And this will be her best ever Challenger Series result, taking on Zali Kelly in this first semi-final. So guaranteed at least equal third in this event. So that will be the best for surfer out of French Polynesia. Vaini Fierro, we mentioned, has already got qualification for the Olympic Games next year in 2024. Right now, her thoughts are very much on turning that year, 2024, into a championship tour campaign. If she's going to do that, well, she'll hope to go as deep as possible into this event. And Zali Kelly, Mike, the youngest surfer left in the draw, still a teenager, 19 years old. She's already got a bit of form. Got a win on the QS 3000 earlier this season. She did all right in Sydney, got a 9th there, but again, a career best result for her here.
Yeah, absolutely. So previous, she got knocked out at the Challenger Series level at that round of 16. So she'll be stoked with this. And she comes into this as the youngest competitor out of the 4 surfers in the semi-finals, as you say. The rest of the girls all in their sort of mid to late 20s with a lot more heat and career experience. So Zali's still surfing on many of the junior series events at the moment this year.
Vaini Fierro able to go into the excellent range and get herself into this semi-final. Been really impressive through a variety of conditions, really. There has been a bit of a contrast throughout the days where we get these clean, these light airs, offshores even in the morning, glassy conditions. At some point that does switch, and we do get a bit of a contrast between the early afternoon conditions, lunchtime, and what we saw first thing this morning in Emma. It's all about really just adjusting to whatever the ocean is throwing at you. That's what it's going to take at this level. And if you want to put your name in the hat for the championship tour, obviously you've got to do it against the best. But it's been really impressive to see how all of these surfers have been able to adjust their surf and essentially to Ballito. Let's get underway here. Here's our first wave. It's the Australian Zali Kelly, and not the start she was thinking about when her head hit the pillow last night. She just loses it somehow on the bottom turn and goes down.
Emma, it's quite interesting. I was thinking, looking at Vaini Fierro out there, she's looking very comfortable. You interviewed her yesterday, and she was talking about the massive local support that she has here in Ballito through the Bell family.
Yeah, so she obviously matched up with Sally, and that's obviously a big heat, and she had matched up with Sally on the Gold Coast. Sally took the win, and this time she took the win. And, she definitely agreed that the local support she's experiencing from the South Africans and the whole Bell family has been a huge almost tool in her feeling like she's incredibly headstrong and can tackle these heats. She said she could hear from the water everyone cheering for her when she got that buzzer beater wave. So yeah, it's a little bit like second home, she said.
Yeah, well, feeling comfortable away from home. Obviously, she is a long way from home. She's been out traveling and seeking her fortune from a pretty young age. First got a glimpse of her on the big stage as a CT wildcard back in 2018 in the Roxy Pro France. And she's been able to get results on the QS in a variety of places, thinking of places like China. She got a decent result, so surfing all around the world. Of course, juniors in Europe. Right now she's in South Africa, and she's found herself a wave. Good opening turn, and then sharpens it up and goes vert on the backhand. Puts the board up into the lip on that glassy wave face, and a completion for her. So she'll get a number in. And first blood drawn by Vahine.
Looking at the replay of this first wave, very clean wave, lovely conditions to open the day here in Ballito, and a solid opening moment there for Vaini Fierro. Paul, you've got to get the sets today. Compared to previous days where we had a lot of onshore and it was super peaky, the lineup today is a lot more structured. So there's a big difference between those mid-range waves and the sets. And looking at the screen there, there's a lot more structure to it. It's not as bumpy and all over the show like we've seen the last few days.
A number to come in for Fierro. It comes in as a 5, flat 5 for her. Taking on that lip on the closeout section. And a decent way to milk some points out of your opening score. The judges using that mid-range point in the scale for that first score for her. They'll be thinking about 2-turn combos and what these surfers will be able to do when they really get a tee off. That one just slightly sluggish on the opening section for Vahine. The finish was really strong though. Emma, we been talking all week about judges favouring surfers arriving at the lip late. Obviously, the later you get there, the more impact it has. But it's not easy to do, and there's plenty of power in this wave here.
Yeah, Ballito's got a lot of power, and I think Vaheen, what helped her on that wave is like a bit of a bump when she took off, and she paddled just with such almost like strength into that wave, which I think really helps you because, you know, if you can get that first turn in, there's a bit of a fast section you have to navigate, and then that closeout section comes at you quite quick, where it often either like hits another wave or bumps. So yeah, you have to go into it strong.
Well, as Emma was saying, you know, go into the strong. Look at that bottom turn. She eyes the lip where she wants to do that opening maneuver and then rotate her shoulders around and in order to get that closeout turn. And I like how she got right up there into the critical section of the lip in the second turn. It's a difficult maneuver to do, especially at Ballito. As the tide drains out, we're going to see that section get heavier and heavier through the morning. But in order to get into a turn like that, it all starts with your eyes. You identify that section, then you rotate the arms around and the shoulders, and a great example of a clean backhand turn there for Vaheen.
Yeah, really smooth style from a precise surfer as well. Always surfing with the flow. That's that really nice style. And on the backhand there, able to go nice and tight up into that attack on the lip. So we had a little pause this morning while we just let a little bit of that tide run out. But you've been mentioning throughout the week here, it's kind of mid to low, the ideal part. And looks like Logie's master plan, it's all working out for him. We're going to be going to our two finals, so the most important heats of the event, right in the best stage of the tide. Another job well done by Travis.
Yeah, the full low tide will be at 16 minutes past 1 this afternoon. And often you find on the full low tide here at Ballito, there can be a little bit of a lull. So ideally, you want it on either side of that. And as you say, Travis has timed it perfectly because we're looking to finish probably around 12:30 here with 3.5 hours of surfing.
All right, little lumps coming through here. Kelly just biding her time now, sitting with priority right now. 35 minutes in the semi-finals for this pair to post their two best scores. And a little misstep early on from the young Australian. Leaves her at the moment just looking to make a reply towards the French woman's number of a flat 5. And it will be Fierro having a look there, realizes that priority with Kelly, and she'll take this nice looking wave for Zali here. There's an aggressive snap with speed for an opening turn, and the finishing turn, she arrives a touch early and she does well to get that snap done. So just adjusting her line, almost the opposite in terms of the first turn she hits it hard, the second one she has to go just a little bit more practical with her line, but a bomb of a wave there.
It sure was. I was thinking, I know today is going to get solid surfing is what's going to get through the day today and win you this event, but it's solid surfing with an extra edge. And look at this little turn at the end there. You see that little flare that she did right at the end? Rather than just ride it out and make the turn conservatively, she threw in a little bit of flare. And I think that flare, that extra spice on each of the turns is what the judges are looking for today. We know both of these surfers are capable of the big turns, but you know, if you can flare it out, take to the air, do a little bit of tail drift here and there, that's going to be the extra little, you know, spark. I think that's going to give you those extra points today.
Yeah, strong contingent out of Australia as ever. A deep talent pool in women's professional surfing. And Emma, thinking about what Zali's shown us already and the results she's been able to get here. Having that deep talent pool, they're always competitive, aren't they, with their surfing? It just feels like she's got that push of a whole generation, and they've got to keep the blade sharp if they want to stay relevant amongst that deep talent pool. And Zali's done that here, and she's shining in South Africa.
Yeah, Zali is, and you know, Zali is someone who keeps to herself, but you can just see there's just such a quiet strength and hunger to do so well. And I'm honestly so blown away by everyone. I mean, we all know you have to put in everything to make it happen, but every day these guys are out there, dawn, dusk.
Hard off the bottom into that first carve, she flares it out. She's so much projection in that spray, even if her hair goes forward. And into the second one, great flare. She looks at the beach, and you know, you can see from that it's not quite a hand job, but she looks super comfortable. Kelly often does that when he's comfortable with his waves. He comes out, he'll do the little nose clean like that, and I think that she would have been so much more comfortable after that wave, after the initial almost a complete false start to the heat.
6.67 for her. So a great way to put herself a good score on the board. And that first turn, nice and aggressive, wasn't it? Just broke her line right up in the lip. And that glassy looking takeoff bowl. And the judges being more generous than the score awarded to Fierro. That first turn, high impact. Didn't get the hugest finish relative to what this soundbar often produces here at Ballito. And had to just adjust for that finish. Did it well, crucial as well. She got that finish though, made it completion. So the ball now back in the court of Vane Fierro. And we've mentioned some of her results, what she's been able to do in terms of putting her career together so far. She's been pretty close on the Challenger Series. Got herself onto this year's challenge by virtue of her results last year, Mike. A couple of fifths for her last year. Third here already. Best ever result on the Challengers already.
Yeah, she has been a campaigner on this Challenger Series for a while, and we can see in her interview she's very bubbly. She's always smiling, and I'd imagine even with the third, there's a massive smile on her face. But importantly, a big result, and that's going to help her in the rankings going into the second half of the year, the next 3 events.
Let's check out those rankings as we see the French woman, Vahine Fierro, down there at the moment in 14th. Well, she's going to jump up after this event for sure. We'll update those. But she's going to make a significant jump here, and just 5 spots available to the challengers to get onto the championship tour. Your best 4 results of the 6 events on this Challenger Series as we wrap up here at the Ballito Pro. That'll be midway point on the Challenger Series. Surface for a chance to assess exactly where they are, where they've gone thus far. But a big jump made here by both of this pair, actually, because big points available for semis, of course, all the way for the win. 10,000 points, a bomb for Kelly, a hard paddle, and she just can't quite get on. You saw how glassy that wave face was, that smooth velvety service, just unable to get herself in the bowl there. That looked like a great wave, Mike.
It sure did. You know, Ballito, when it breaks on that inside section, you have to put your head down on the board and you really have to paddle hard. You actually have to paddle into the wave a little bit earlier because it is a strong wave with a lot of power. And if you hold back, and if she'd continued paddling it there, she certainly would have risked going over the falls. And unfortunate she didn't get it. Maybe just should have paddled a little bit earlier, kicked harder.
Yeah, I think when I surf Ballito, especially in this like KZN area, I come out the surf and I've got sunblock on where my like chin is pushing on my board, because you just have to have that extra strength, especially when, you know, a wave like this has power, a bit of a high tide bump, but you get so much speed from such a strong takeoff.
Saw but vision there, Vane's mum looking quite nervous and tense. You can't hide behind the sofa when you're on the beach, so you can kind of hide behind a towel.
Yeah.
Vahine, looking at all 8 surfers that are still in the event today, Vahine's actually the only one of the 8 that has qualified so far for the Olympics next year, 2024, and it'll actually be at her home break at Chopu in Tahiti. So if she continues this run of form, she's lining up for an amazing year in 2024 if she manages to get onto the World Championship Tour as well.
Yeah. Just seeing her mom nervous, it's like, I'm pretty sure watching a heat is more nerve-wracking than actually being in a heat, especially someone you want to make.
Live action here goes Kelly. A smooth looking bowl for her. Uses the rail, whips it back into the pocket. Snap there with a bit of venom. And that'll be an exit maneuver for her. So a couple of quick turns. It will be a number that counts for her. And she'll put up a total, a 2-wave total now for Vahine Fierro to aim at. Priority is still with the French surfer, the Goofy. She's been patient, looking for that opportunity. A 3.83 drops in for Zali. And I think pretty smart in terms of just taking that opportunity, put something up. She probably realized it wasn't one of those draining waves, so it was more kind of rail surfing with the cutbacks, but nevertheless, a decent way to put a back up.
Yeah, I really liked the aggression in that second turn. And when I say aggression, she put the board on the rail, you saw the spray come out, and she kind of jammed it in there, compared to her first turn, which was more of a cutback and a setup. So the judges will look at that, and looking at the comparison directly between those two turns, the second turn, the aggression, the flair, spraying into the air, that's gonna be the more impressive one on that wave overall. The whole event, I've been quite impressed by Zali's sort of maturity in these heats. You know, she's only 19. Okay, she has surfed an incredible junior career so far, but she said yesterday her intent in the heat was to get 2 scores on the board, and then go and almost psychologically bully her competitor into almost cracking. And her intention yesterday was to get those scores, then use priority to sit on her competitor and almost like freak them out into losing and their heat strategy falling apart. So that's quite a mature, aggressive, psychological game that she's playing out there for a 19-year-old.
Yeah, well, that's what you'd expect as well. I mean, we talked about the depth of that talent pool on the women's side from Australia. Of course, 3 of us 4 semi-finalists here coming from Australia. So you don't get to this level without knowing how to compete, how to be aggressive, to back yourself, be confident, all of those things. Just thinking about the judging panel and their criteria, just reiterating this morning, looking for those combinations of major maneuvers. So that's been a theme throughout this event, as you might expect. But what do we mean exactly, Emma, by combination of 2 maneuvers? We're not talking about getting a first turn done out the back and then a bit of downtime, looking for something. It's really all about linking those turns together. How do you do that, and how do you do that at Ballito?
Yeah, so I think Zali's 6.67 was a good example of that, where she went into that first turn, you know, strong. She got speed out of it, but then there was a little section where she could have hit it, but she chose to kind of just race through that with some flow and then go for a closeout turn with a bit of innovation. And I think, you know, having that sort of combination of maneuvers, especially when the heats are so tight, it's like if everyone's kind of just doing 2 similar snaps, it's not going to be enough.
Coming off the bottom, this is that 2-turn combo, so gets right into the top section of the first maneuver and aggressively snaps under the lip. And that's exactly what Emma was talking about there. You know, you're not free surfing out there, you're surfing for a win, and you've got to pull a bit of extra flair out the bag.
Kelly again here, great looking wave. She'll look to pull into a tube. That one will run away. He just knew from takeoff, as soon as she was paddling into that, just saw her head position. She was going to try and pull in from takeoff there. We've seen some incredible barrels through this event. We've seen a perfect 10 for a backhand tube from Jacob Wilcox. Finished off with big turn on the inside as well. This place does barrel pretty hard. We got sand-covered reef. We mentioned some of the bathymetry of this region, deep water offshore, and these swells just led you in here with some power. No exit there available for it, but when you don't have priority, why not just catch waves?
Yeah, staying super busy on the inside. The wave is a little bit more powerful here in Ballito, and the reason for that is the continental shelf that sits just off Africa is quite close in here. It's just a couple of kilometers or so offshore, and so you get those deep water swells that come in. The continental shelf slows it down, but not enough to take the power out of the wave. So anything with a period in the swell over sort of 10 to 12 seconds, you're going to feel a lot of grunt here. And some of the competitors were actually saying this morning, if you got this size swell in a place like California, you'd get quite a thin lip. It wouldn't feel particularly heavy, but here in Ballito, a 3-foot wave can actually hold you and do more damage on that bank to you than you know, like a 6-foot wave in, say, California.
Well, this beautiful region of South Africa absolutely delivering so far for us on the challenges this year. Of course, championship tour hostilities resume at a spot called Jeffreys Bay. That's happening next week, kicks off on the 13th. Loads of surfing to bring you from this sort of embarrassment of riches, really, in terms of surfing. And I love the way you guys talk about these swells moving down the coast, and you got all these indicators that getting you psyched up, places you're checking cams when the swells hit and the storms develop. But we're right now focused on the Ballito region, a strong local surf community here, and this is the crew that Vahine's staying with.
Yeah, the Bell family. I feel like, you know, Angus and Candy are mom and dad to most South African and international surfers, but they've really taken Vahine in and her mom when they've come to South Africa. I remember a couple of years ago, Vahine was here and obviously still a junior and staying with the Bells, and yeah, making sure she's well fed, well looked after, and then having a huge support crew on the beach when she's surfing. It kind of sounds like a South African surfing when she's in the water.
Yeah, that community feel to this event, Mike's been really something that I've noticed in particular. It does really feel here. We talk about surf spots around the world, and there's always a community of locals, but this one in particular, it does seem like quite a unified community. It's been really impressive to see everyone's role in this event, hosting surfers, international surfers, making them feel comfortable. It's a really welcoming place, and you can see why tourism is a big draw on this Quadakuza coast.
Yeah, Vaheen keeps coming back. She loves her time here, and looking at her positioning in the seats at the moment, the Bell family and her mom there will be nervous, but she only needs a 5.51. It's a mid-range score. She's more than capable of that. So I don't think Angus will run off the deck just yet. In previous heats, Angus gets so nervous for Vaheen, the international guest that's staying with them this week, that he actually can't watch it, and he went and stood at the back and just listened to the results.
My mom also couldn't watch any of my heats growing up. I mean, we would come home and there'd be a massive spread of food and everything we need, all the emotional support before, but the moment that siren went, she was gone. No watching.
But I'd expect that if Vaheen gets a wave here and she gets the score, the Ballito community really has rallied around her and taken her in as their own. A similar thing happened to Timmy Reyes back a couple of years ago when he won the event. But it's great to see the support, and as you say, Paul, it's the region is tourism, and that's what drives this region.
All right, 15 minutes and just under 40 seconds to go in this. At the moment, the young Australia, Zali Kelly, she's got the high score, she's got the lead. Vaheen Fierro, plenty of time to come back and put herself into the final. We'll get a quick commercial break. More live action on finals day from Ballito. Stay tuned. Memories from the end of the road. Tia Hopu in her home territory. Vaheen Fierro surfing as a wild card, surfing all the way for a third place finish. She's such a polished performer at this break, pulling in under that West Bowl and delighting local surf fans. As we mentioned, well, for sure, she'll be back there surfing in the Olympic Games for the tricolor of France. That's next summer. Right now, she's looking to get herself on the championship tour for next season. In order to do that, she needs to finish in the top 5 on the Challenger Series here in Ballito. At the moment, she's in a semi-final. An equal third is the worst it'll be for her in terms of a result to leave South Africa with, but could get a lot better as well if it's going to do that. To get into the final, at the moment, she's looking for a 5.51. I tell you what, it's been a bit of a quiet one, particularly from her point of view. She's got the 5 in on the board, hasn't got a backup number so far. And we talked about that concentration and keeping that cool head. We know she's got great support on the beach, but right now, there'll just be that nagging thought in her mind, Mike, she does need to get surfing.
Yeah, and she's being very patient. She's waiting for a set. If we look at the contrast between the two surfers and the heat so far, Zali's been quite busy. She's had 4 waves. She did fall on that first one, and then her last wave was a little tube she tried to almost pull into, but the wave closed out. So she's been a lot busier. Vaheen, just that 5-point opener, I think she's probably selecting to, or choosing to just be really selective out here And I think she has her eye on a set wave, similar wave size to maybe what she got on her first wave. She's not even going to look at these smaller ones unless it gets down to, you know, a minute or two left and she really has to scratch around for a score. But with 13 minutes on the clock and with priority, I would imagine she's just going to be patient and wait for a set.
Bit of a lump shaping up here, and not particularly committed paddle. Fiera will just let that one go, having a look around. Meanwhile, under priority, Kelly, she'll keep surfing here. And a glassy wave, it's a bit of a softer one. And she'll just quickly check out of that with the kick out, paddle back out. Sitting under the priority, Zali Kelly can afford just to spin and go. Any kind of opportunity coming through. Back up the 383. Anything she feels might help her improve on that in that priority situation. And needing a number, a mid-range score of a 5.51. Fiera's looking for a bit of quality here. And it's all gone quite quiet and becalmed. You see those light airs, that surface of the water, it's pretty smooth. Haven't been loads of sets towards the midpoint of this heat, Emma. And those nerves that we talked about, they'll be ramping up.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for me personally, the busier I am in a heat, I feel like it helps me more with, you know, the nerves and feeling like you're building a bit, and some of those, just those mistakes you can make in that time. I feel like those can pass. But Vaheen, as we've seen yesterday, you know, she's no stranger to a buzzer beater or even just the mental game of charging into those massive Jopu waves we saw. So I think she's got a good head on her with waiting, and if a set were to come, she'd be able to put that on. But I personally would prefer to be busier and maybe in Zali's position in this heat.
Yeah, I guess the other point to that is sometimes you could start to second guess yourself if waves come through, but there haven't really been any decisions for her to make as such. She's just kind of sat there and waiting for that opportunity to not come through, and sometimes maybe you'd be looking and get caught in two minds a little bit. It's actually been not really a lot of decisions to make, and we've talked about how kind of casual she does seem around events. Doesn't seem to need to get particularly fired up, Mike. Does have that classic kind of cool head, and she's going to need that right now.
Yeah, I think she comes across as bubbly and smiley, but inside there's a ice cold competitor inside there. And just looking at the overall scores through the whole event so far, it doesn't seem like good surfing on small waves is getting the surfers through the heats or really getting rewarded. You know, I think the classic example is that Morgan Sibilek and Jacob Wilcox heat. Those two sets, as Travis referenced, probably the best two waves we've seen on the Challenger Series this year, and those were solid sets. I also think about Jacob Wilcox's backhand wave yesterday on a much smaller wave. He did a couple of big cracks, but it kind of didn't go into that excellent range that was required. And I think Vaheen would have broken all that down in her preparation for today and perhaps just gone, look, I'm only 4 waves away from a potential win here. She's got 1, it's a mid-range score, she needs 3 more.
Yeah, it's an interesting point about the smaller waves that you make there actually, as we'll just look at a very tentative paddle effort from Zali Kelly. Still being patient is Fiero, looking for that set. Doesn't want a small wave. What have we got here? Okay, well, she's decided to go here. Here goes Fiero with an entry and off the bottom in the pocket. Nice snap with speed. She'll want to finish here and puts it up on a rail. She'll get a little combo. Nicely done, and crucially sticks it.
Yeah, so patience paying off, and really nicely done there for Vaheen.
Meanwhile, Kelly with the reply. Bang, off the top. Keeps the speed up late into that hit on the lip. Fiero will try and dip this quick, and we might get a little paddle battle going here. See the power just on display there. Vahani Fiero getting pinged back on that shallow sandbar. So she was hoping to try and get past Kelly, and she recovered from that end section. And you see that water just dragging Vaheen Fiero back towards the beach. Looks like Kelly will snag priority, but a great way for Vaheen. We talked about the patience and how various things can come into your own mind. Little questions can start to niggle, and then you can possibly get caught in two minds, and a couple of decisions for her to make on that wave. And the interesting one, I think, we talked about combos. We'll have another look here, but it's getting the 2 turns done on the inside. Here's Vaheen's wave.
Yeah, off the bottom into that top turn. Now she sets up down the line. She can see what's coming next. Wave gets a kind of a little warble there, but she does well to negotiate into that end section. Here's Zali's second wave. Again, a very aggressive first turn. Almost airdrops down. and critically for her, unfortunately falling on that end section.
I got 2 questions. Was that better than a 5 for Vahines? First question. Second question, how's it compared to Zali Kelly's 6.67? I think that's what the judges will be discussing.
Yeah, the judges have access to replays. They can call and replay the wave as many times as they require before they put the score in. But I think Vahines could be better. I really like that end section.
Judges agree, 5.67. So it is deemed better than her opening effort. But her number comes a point shy of the top score of Zali Kelly. So a 5.67 for her at the moment. It's good enough to put her in the lead. Somehow, under 7 to go in this. 6.45 on the clock. There's the spread from the panel. And the 5.67 gets her in the driving seat, but not really with much of a cushion in terms of points. It's a 4 is the requirement for Zali Kelly. That's not a big number for her. She's already gone up into the high 6s. And a 4-point ride, a very achievable score for a surfer like Zali Kelly. And crucially, and it is pretty crucial, we talk about little vagaries of turbulence, of white water. She got priority by not getting blown up on that sandbar and getting back in the lineup. So the ball was in her court as we check out Bella Nichols heading down for an all-Australian second semi-final. She'll be taking on Bronte McCauley. 2 surfers with CT experience coming up. Nichols fell foul of the mid-season cut despite making semis at Bells earlier this year. And looking to go back through the challenges. She's going really well so far. Coming into this one ranked 3rd, inside that top 5. And she'll get at least an equal 3rd here in Ballito. She'll be thinking about the win, I'm sure, honing in on that. She has tasted big wins in the past. She'll be looking for that in South Africa. Right now, though, let's stick with the one at hand. A heat in the water first semi-final for the women at the Ballito Pro. Vane Fierro now with a slender lead over Zali Kelly. You'd say that 4-point ride, highly achievable. Just the one thing that makes us kind of asterisk that is how the lulls have been. And we have had extended periods of not much coming through. And you talked about how hard it is to get the inside and get us a number for us, a score. But she doesn't need a lot, just a 4, Mike.
I think that Zali could get a 4 on a small to medium wave. Absolutely, she doesn't need much more than a mid-range score there. Looking at that point difference, there's a 1-point difference between Vahin's top wave, which is a 5.67, and Zali Kelly's. It's just 1 point, and I think that 1 point of difference is the wave size of Zali Kelly's first wave. That wave was a lot bigger, and I was saying, you know, looking at what's happened in the event so far, they certainly are rewarding those bigger waves. And if you're able to negotiate your way through the heat and scratch into 1 or 2 of those, the potential, I think, that it offers you is much more, and maybe even into that excellent range. Vahin had 3 great turns on her wave, but perhaps would have been rewarded more if there was just a foot or 2 more of water on that wave.
Emma, just over 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this. Zali Kelly got priority, looking for a 4. At the moment, she's still waiting to identify the sets, the kind of game plan coming into this. But at what stage, in terms of the clock, do you then switch that up and just look for a 4 on the inside? Still got a few minutes.
Yeah, there's I think there's a real fine line when you have to make that decision. But, you know, with these heats being so important, and it's like the mid-year stop of the Challenger Series, I feel like with this only needing a 4-point ride, if a set doesn't come and a wave comes, you know, there's so, I mean, these girls want it so bad that I wouldn't be surprised if we just see some massive moves on maybe a smaller wave and, you know, being able to get that score.
Yeah, let's see how that plays out. 3.5 now, and time is flying away. If you're chasing a score down, Zali Kelly is not a big number she needs, but when it's smooth like this, we get a good opportunity to see what sets are coming through. They're quite identifiable as that swell moves up the coast from the right of your shot. It looks quite calm out there, Mike.
Yeah, it is very structured though, and you know, if you just look at that long range shot now, in the middle of the screen, you can kind of see there's a bit of a bump there. I don't think that's wind on the ocean. I think that there's maybe some swell coming through, and I think it's going to light up our screens in terms of potential rides here in the next 30 seconds.
Let's hope we get some more sets in this. Let's hope we get each of these surfers a chance to express themselves here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. This is our first semi-final for the women. It's finals day in South Africa here, in a crunch moment on the 2023 season. But all involved here at the moment, it's The surfer in red, Fierro with the lead. Here's a wave, an opportunity for Kelly, just looking for a 4. Great looking entry into this off the bottom, and a big extended turn for her through the lip. She'll clean that up with a little whip on the rail. This one will get small on the inside. Let's see what she's got for a finish. It won't be a huge inside section, but a good turn done out the back. That requirement just a 4 for Kelly.
Ew, that's going to be close. I don't know if I could call it at this stage. It's the one maneuver was really good, and as she went into that first turn, I thought, man, she's got it. She's going to get it on this wave. Look at this beautiful first turn, and she's got that airdrop, the top turn to airdrop combo down, but then the wave just completely loses energy on the inside. And are the judges going to throw enough at that one single maneuver?
Yeah, I think they'll be comparing it to maybe her 3.83. Yeah, so it's super close.
The decision from her sitting with priority, realizing there aren't loads of sets out here. That one was just kind of a double up on the opening peak, wasn't it? That's why it didn't run down. And the decision to go from her, let's see if that's vindicated with a score. And Vahine Fierro might be chasing a requirement or could remain in the lead with priority. It's all hanging on one judge. I tell you what, it's really close. It comes in under. Meanwhile, live action. Fierro whips a first turn, another nice hit from her. Just recovers that one with the legs and just staying really busy and active through an inside here. Nice vertical snap to finish. So that got better with more impetus and aggression right at the end for the final turn. And the number, well, it drops in for Kelly. It doesn't go in her top 2. It's not enough. She's still chasing a 4 now. She's got about 45 seconds. You can see Fierro trying to get back in the lineup. Let's check her last ride.
Here's Vahine's last wave. Great bottom turn. And look at this. Rotates the shoulders, extends that back arm in order to flare it out. And now we just don't go into that. It looks like she's paddling perhaps for priority or trying to get involved in the discussion here, Paul.
She could improve on her 5 and put that score up potentially. Let's see where that goes. Really down to final seconds here. Let's get another look at this wave.
All right, so into that, flares the arms out. 3 turns on this wave, an important way for her to try and improve on that 5, and gets a great finish, maybe one of the best finishes of all of the waves we've seen so far. It was kind of like that 667 of Zali.
Inconsequential in terms of the score because Kelly unable to find a wave, so a nice moment there. And Vahine Fierro, the French Goofy, through to the final here at the Ballito Pro. And the Bell family who are hosting her, they're delighted. And she will be in a final for a career best result on the Challenger Series, throwing up big points towards a qualification run for Champion Tour as well. Well done to Zali Kelly, just 19 years old, really impressive surfer, just a little starved of waves in that first semi-final. We got the second semi for the women coming up, featuring Isabella Nichols, Bronte McCauley. That's coming at you on the other side of the break. Stay tuned.
I'm taking a step back
and moving the whole sports world forward.
Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human. Pause is power.
northern coast of South Africa hosts some of the finest wave riders from across the planet. We've wrapped up our first semi-final. We're here on a beautiful Saturday morning. Let's check out our second semi, an all-Australian encounter. Isabella Nichols going great on the challengers already. Third place coming into this. Bronte Macaulay, the Western Australian, 25th after the events that happened on the east coast of Australia, the Gold Coast and in Sydney. And right now with a shot at getting into a final, a really tough heat this one. Loads of experience in terms of being able to put heats together and some real high surfing ability as well. I think that both of these two, some of the surfing they've done, they've looked very convincing, not only in their maneuvers, but the way they link in them together. They're really good at putting the heat together, surfing according to situations, and I can't wait to see how this one goes down. Joining me to talk you through it, Mike Fruit and Emma Smith, and kind of a nervy, slightly wave-starved first semi. I wonder if that has much of an effect on the approach of these two coming into this one, Mike.
I think they would have had a really good look and watched that last heat very closely. Perhaps even set the stopwatch and timed exactly when the sets were coming through, because you can actually time the period, the time between those bigger set waves. So in looking at that last heat, I think there were 3 set waves that came through in 30 minutes. So an average of a set every 10 minutes. And they're either going to choose the strategy just to get one off the bat and get going, or set and wait for something of a bigger wave size.
Our first finalist for the women here on the Challengers at Ballito, Vane Fierro out of France, and she is delighted to be into a final here. A massive result for her. 5 spots up for grabs on the Challengers, and already with a bit of experience as a wild card, surfing in the CT in Tahiti last year and going all the way to the semi-finals in that event. She would love a full-time spot on that tour, as would, well, certainly this pair. Talked about Isabella Nichols, falling foul of the mid-season cut, got a 3rd at Bells Beach. So straight into Challenger Series action and not wasting much time to get a result. Emma, she got the win in Sydney, so she's coming in here with all of that confidence, and she's looked pretty much solid throughout this event. No one really landing a punch on her, particularly throughout the rounds. Let's see if she gets things underway here. She's got the inside, but it's Bronte Macaulay who'll go first, and a shouldery one. That's why Bella let her go. And that crease in the wave just took it away. So Isabella Nichols deciding not much on offer there. Bronte Macaulay not able to add much in terms of points to that wave.
No, and Isabella, she let that one go, and we couldn't see what was happening out of shot, but she had her eye down the line, and I think she knew that thing wasn't going to do much and was looking for something a little bit better.
We're looking for something a lot like this. Here goes Bella Nichols. So up and riding here, that glassy face for her, just S-ing off the bottom. There's a powerful turn off a rail. And then unable to get a second turn. She bottom turn, tried to square up at the section, realized she'll just have to try and punch through the back. Meanwhile, here's Bronte. Quick into that bottom turn. Great first hit. Look at the speed from it down the line. Wow, that's aggressive. That's huge. Bronte Macaulay goes massive for a closeout hit. You can see the delight on her face. I tell you what, degree of difficulty, critical sections, I feel that's ticking a lot of boxes on the criteria.
I reckon that might be one of the biggest turns we've seen in the event so far in the ladies rounds. That was massive, and a surfer of her caliber knows what a big score is, and you can see she claimed it straight away. Great looking wave. She clearly waited and wanted the set kind of wave. She goes up so late, Paul. That's the most difficult time you can hit that lip, is late like that. And she negotiates it so well to ride out clean into the flats.
Emma, it's pretty hard to imagine how this won't go into the excellent range.
Yeah, and I think what's really working in Bronte's favor, it seems like yesterday and today, you know, there's been a slow heat before her. She's like recognized that. She said in her interview yesterday she saw that, but then she almost comes in like guns blazing straight away, first wave, and you can see she definitely builds confidence on that, and I think that's going to be an excellent score for sure. The
ocean pulsing here in Ballito for Bronte Macaulay. The ocean will give you the stage set, but it's all about your own surfing to match that energy. 8-5 drops in for her. What a way to start a semi-final on finals day on the Challenger Series. A massive number in from her. I love the way she took on that last section, but the reason she was even had the right to get this, because the first time was so fast. She went full-blooded with a backhand whip into the lip. It came out with so much speed, and when you got that speed, Mike, that means you can arrive at the lip with a good chance of making it out. So she still had a lot of work to do as that explosion hit the sandbar on the inside, and she'll be feeling pretty good about life right now with an 8-5 already and still 27 minutes left to go in this. Let's have another peep.
So this is a set wave today, and you can see it's hollowing out on that inside section as the tide drains out. Goes up super late. She actually connects it under the lip. Her board at a little bit of an angle there, and as it hits the board, she manages to get her center of gravity back over it and rides out nicely compressed in order to complete the maneuver. Bronte's such a powerful surfer. You know, it's the reason she got chosen as a entrant or a wildcard into the Margaret River event, where she finished third, and she has no problem negotiating very powerful waves like that.
Yeah, I've actually enjoyed watching the last two heats of Bronte's and the replays. I feel like I'm doing a bit of video analysis. It's just, she's got such a textbook backhand attack, and the way she opens up her hand when she's going up for a turn, her hand's literally facing up. And it just shows in how vertical she gets and how strong she comes down, and then she's immediately compressed.
Yeah, got a third on the championship tour as a wild card at Margaret River in Western Australia, her home event. She's had success on the QS this season as well with a win. Not going great in Australia in terms of the challenges, the 25th and the 17th for her. She would have been hoping for better than that, but right now she's going all right in her first semi and certainly lands the first punch. One judge went to 9. I wouldn't have been surprised if that went into the 9s, but obviously they're feeling, with these two surfers out in the water, there's a lot of pedigree, a lot of skill, and they want to keep that scale open. I don't mind that decision at all, but Bella Nichols will be thinking now, okay, well, it's game on here, and it's going to take her best surfing to get herself a spot in the final. She is coming in here, as we mentioned, with the win, 26-year-old in Sydney, in those big, powerful left-handers at Narrabeen. She'll want to keep that winning feeling going here. She's one heat away from making a consecutive final, but at the moment, the wrong side of an excellent number from this woman, and she'll look to put a back up on here. She'll come from behind a section, smaller wave. It's nice and steep though, and has to adjust the legs for the first turn, then a more vertical stab, and again she'll cling on to a finish. So good energy for the finish, and the Australian squad, either way, they'll have one of their compatriots through to the final, both of these two from Australia, but at the moment, Bronte McCauley with the early running.
What was strategically critical there for her is she got that wave under priority from Isabella Nichols. So Isabella had priority there, and she got this wave a little bit wide, and she's looking for a score now to back up that 8.5, because what that's going to do is it's going to put a lot of pressure on Isabella Nichols. Bronte already has a score in the excellent range, and we know, just looking at how the event has gone so far, those excellent scores come from the big set waves. So for Isabella to attack the lead here now that Bronte's establishing, she's going to have to get a set wave. And Bronte in a commanding lead in the first, 10 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, piling on the pressure here, the 4.83, and she'll be enjoying this right now. You're already buoyed by the fact you've got that excellent number, and with that freedom of not having priority, just keep surfing and keep getting completions as well. It was another tricky section on the end, and that'll just give her even more confidence and extra spring in her step. She got the better of that section. Got a pretty decent number for what was a smaller wave. Running down the inside, went a little wide to get it. She's looking really in good form. I'd have to say, from what we've seen throughout the rounds here, probably the fastest in recovery from big turns. Seems to have been one of the keys for her. We talked about on the backhand, the more vertical approach that surfers on the backhand can use, but I feel like she recovers so quick, Emma, from those turns, and that really gives her a full range of options into her next maneuvers for those combos we talked about.
Yeah, definitely, and I think she gets so above her board when she goes up into that lip, and the way she timed that closeout turn on her 8.5, like Mike said, she actually went slightly under it, which helped her project and come down kind of just before the explosion, which she was able to ride out. But yeah, both these girls are looking so strong. It's also been amazing to see Isabella, like, she just really looks like herself again this event and the last few events, and I'm expecting a lot from her too.
Yeah, back on the Challenger Series, Isabella Nichols looking to get back to CT. Let's get another look here at the work done for this massive, massive number for Bronte McCauley. And you just see how critical that, tell you what, that last turn, she's so stretched out. She's riding basically a pitching lip and just offering the board up. And such high level of skill and board control to get that out in front. And then do the landing, and we've seen so many elite performers come at cropper on that whitewater bounce, crucially rode out of that, and you saw the delight just kind of erupt in her face, really, as she made that turn. She knew it was going to be a big number, and it set her a platform for a big lead in this thus far. And as the ocean goes a touch quiet for Isabella Nichols, bit of time to think exactly about what she wants to do. Looks like we've got some energy coming through here. It's super glassy and smooth on the face, just delightful conditions on a just slightly broken up swell as we enjoy finals day at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill in South Africa. Here's a paddle from Bella Nichols. Here she goes, good looking wave for her, the high line bounce with plenty of speed, big turn, snapping on the rail and plugging away through to an inside. A little section offers up. It's a slightly tamer inside. It's going to feel a lot better to have ridden a wave. She would have been hoping for a big finish though. Won't be the 9.5 to get back into first, but it will help her. The second wave ridden by her is going to count.
I think she'll certainly chip away at the lead held by Bronte McCauley with that one. But that wave didn't have the dramatic nature that Bronte's wave had. When she took off, it looked like it was going to drain quite nicely on the bank. She used the first section, just a lot of speed to get around, then opens up the shoulders into the first turn and finishes off with a little bit of a tag on the foam and not the cleanest sort of ride out there. So I would imagine the bulk of that wave score came from that first turn. And I feel like that second or third section, she maybe could have done like a mid-turn carve or something.
We'll wait for numbers to come in here for Isabella Nichols. She would have loved to open up, probably one of the, if not the most powerful surfer in the event for the women. Just would have loved an opportunity to really go into the lip hard, but wasn't really available for her, and she had to keep just running down the line, really. Let's see where that number goes for her. Putting her back in the heat. She thinks she'd improve on her opening number, but she's going to need quite a bit more where that came from. Just waiting for one judge to drop in. There we go. That number's in for 7.7 for her. And she's going to need to go again here. She's handed priority, of course, by riding that wave back to Bronte McCauley. Will look to work on the 4.83 back up. The Western Australian McCauley with the 8.5 in early on with a big cushion for her. Let's see how she goes towards backing that up. We're inside, well, just over 19 minutes remaining in this one. Let's go and hear from our first finalist here at the Ballito Pro. The French woman, Virginie Fierro, is with Tash.
So we are down on the beach with our first finalist here at the Ballito Pro. Congratulations, Virginie Fierro. It was a really slow heat out there, calm conditions, not many waves coming through the lineup. You waited almost 20 minutes for that second wave. I want to know what is going through your mind when you have to sit and wait for so long. Is there like a mantra that you're saying? Are you focusing on breath?
Yeah, this heat, I was not expecting it to go flat on us. It was so good, like before the event started, like the waves were amazing, and then all of a sudden in our heat, it just got so slow. And so like, yeah, it seems like now it's like on fire, but in our heat, it was so small, and I waited for so long, and I just told myself like the wave is gonna come at some point, and then I got into a rhythm and got two waves in a row. So yeah, I'm happy.
Well, your surfing is looking so on point. You're looking really comfortable out here. I know you've come to Ballito over a couple of years. Is it kind of, I don't want to say second home, but definitely a home away from home?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, South Africa reminds me a lot of home because the people are very warm and welcoming. They, like you cross paths with people and they say hi to you, and it's exactly like at home. So I do feel, like really good when I come here.
Well, we are looking forward to seeing you in the finals. Congratulations once again, and all the best for the finals, Virginie.
Thank you so much.
The positive mental approach of Virginie Fierro paying big dividends so far. She's through to the final here. Let's check out the bracket and see how she got there. And she's taken down some big names got past Sally Fitzgibbons, a major scout in quarters, and then a tough youngster, Zali Kelly, in her first semi here this morning. Who's she going to face in the final? It will be an Australian in the form of either Macaulay or Nichols in the water right now, looking to take on Vane Fierro. Just thinking about surfing in the first heat of the day, that first semi. You get yourself in the final if you win that early, and a bit more time now to relax, go through your processes, take on some information. Meanwhile, these two are battling it out right now. But it'll be interesting to see when that final does go down, how Vane Fierro can go towards getting a big result. We've already mentioned the success Isabella Nichols has had this year on this tour, and Bronte Macaulay as well. Both of these two would be very worthy opponents for Vahine. Let's see in the next 16 minutes and 40 seconds who it's going to be, but right now, so far, so good for Bronte.
I feel like these semi-finals are almost the most nerve-wracking heat of the entire event for the surfers. You're just one step away from making the final, and you know the final's all or nothing. You don't need to get nervous. You go out there, you're already in a rhythm. You've just got to surf to the best of what you can do out there, whatever waves you get. But in the semi-finals, you know, you still got to get past one more competitor, one more stumbling block, and I just feel it's such a pressurized heat, these semi-finals. And Vahine, you can see that pressure's off. She can now focus on potentially lifting that trophy later today.
Yeah, I think you want it, every heat you want to make it so badly, but then in the semi-final you almost want to make it too badly. You have to kind of rein in just how much you want it, because you need to find that balance of, you know, hunger and wanting it, but also surfing smart, keeping your mind relaxed and sticking to your game plan.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned this already, but getting overamped as well, getting overexcited can pay off if there's a bunch of waves coming through. You can go to the inside and just surf non-stop, but when you've got to go there and also just sit and be really patient and have that kind of cool, clean headspace, that's a different job altogether. Right now it's Isabella Nichols doing a bit of chasing here. She's on the wrong side of 8.56. Plenty of time though, 15 minutes and 10 seconds to go in our second semi for the women. Loads more action to come from Ballito on finals day. Stay tuned. Best in the West, Isabella Nichols, with a massive win last year, 2022, at Margaret River main break, and a crucial result for her. Look how good that feels, and that moment of glory coming in Western Australia, right on the cusp of the mid-season cut, and an impressive season for Bella Nichols last year on tour. She had to come back and do it all again before the cut this year, and despite a semi-final finish at Bells, other than that, couldn't go far enough, deep enough in terms of results. That's why she's back on Challenger Series duty right now. She's going real well on the Challengers. Coming into this one on the back of a win in Sydney. She's in a semi already in Ballito, but right now it's not really gone her way. And in what we've got just under 13 minutes remaining in this. So 20 odd minutes for Bella Nichols. Thus far unable to get out of the fours, Mike.
Yeah, Bronte Macaulay has certainly surfed the first half of this heat very smart. She had just that very short wave to start, but that 8.5 in the excellent range has really set her up. Isabella Nichols took out the the Sydney Surf Pro, so she has won a Challenger Series event so far this year. She comes into this event with 10,000 points already in the bag, but the conditions today obviously very different to what she had in the final at the Sydney Surf Pro.
Nichols sitting patiently, waiting for her opportunity to come. She'll have to play a slight second fiddle in terms of priority, though. Macaulay with that lead and the priority as well. And sometimes just the way that rotation tends to fall. We talk about surfers making mistakes or possible errors. Sometimes it's not really down to that either, is it, Emma? And we're dealing with the vagaries of the ocean. You want 2 wave sets or more for our athletes, but sometimes it really is just 1 wave that comes through. And if you get yourself in that rhythm, particularly early in a heat, setting you up really well for a strong showing. We'll check out Cade Matson here, the young American, 14th in the challenges coming into this. Got a tough heat. Fred Moraes, Portuguese surfer with loads of championship tour experience and final experience as well in South Africa. Fred Moraes, one of the heavy hitters with the power, as is Cade Matson, who absolutely blazed. Bit of a statement performance from him in the quarters yesterday, and I want to just bring that back here today in a slightly different ocean. It's the consistency really rather than the size, Mike, and it's just tugging on that mental game in terms of surfers chasing scores. Right now it is Bella Nichols doing a bit of chasing, and a big number that we're getting down now inside 11 minutes, and she needs to go into the excellent range right now.
Yeah, she's going to have to find something higher than an 856, or she's going to have to find 2 waves in the region of like 2 sevens, because a 477 is not enough, and then she's backs that up with a 383, so 2 kind of low range scores there. So if she gets a 6.5 and a 7.5, she might be back in the game or thereabouts. But with 10 minutes and the type of lulls that are playing out here, it could come down to 1 wave, and if it is that, Bronte's going to use that priority to put the screws on here.
Yeah, I think with how this heat has gone in terms of amount of sets, I think Isabella's just reminding herself of past big scores she's got and what she can do, and probably going to have to hope to get a set herself so that she has one opportunity to get that score.
Looking at the leaderboard there on the challengers, Bronte 25th. Well, expect a big jump from her, and particularly, well, from this semi result. But if she gets into the final, she's kind of got a foot there at the moment. Could get even better, potentially 10,000 points up for grabs for a win here, which will rocket her right into contention. Wants to get back to championship tour. She's certainly a surfer of that pedigree. We've seen her at that level before, and the type of surfing she's been doing throughout this event has done nothing to contradict that in terms of her status as one of the elite surfers in global surfing. But it's such a competitive pack for the women. So few places up for grabs. You really do have to go deep into events. You got to be thinking results of a semi or better, really, and that's what we're looking at here for these two. So it will be a good campaign in South Africa, but when you get to the level that these two are at, I think there'll always be identifying a chance for a win, particularly Bella Nichols, who came in with that success in Sydney, as we've mentioned. But so far in this one, under 9 minutes to go, and she's hardly done any surfing in this heat. We've only had 5 waves ridden so far in this one. It's been a really lully encounter. Let's check out Fred Moraes as he makes his way to take on Cade Matson, the American. Federico looking to replicate some success he's had in South Africa, using those big power turns, mainly looking to get himself back into the picture for qualification for the championship tour. Of course, he's got an event in his home shores in Ericeira, a little bit up the coast of where he lives. Before that, heading over to the US Open in America, which can throw us a bit of everything, really. We think about a sort of a summer event. We have seen big waves for that event in the past. And then, of course, finishing up in Brazil. Challenger Series 6 events, 4 results counting, midway point in the season, a crucial time in terms of putting itself in contention there. Right now, Macaulay's still with that big lead, still with that priority. Another minute goes without even really a sniff of a line coming through here, and this will be frustrating for Bella Nichols.
Yeah, especially sitting in second priority. So Bronte really controlling the heat at this point in time, and surfers sitting quite close to each other. Isabella choosing to kind of just sit there. There is that peak slightly down further to the left. We've seen the surfers like Joan Duru take advantage of that earlier in the contest. But I guess if she paddles down there, she's just going to have Bronte follow her. So they'll be hoping, or Isabella will be hoping for a 2-wave set, or perhaps sneak onto a mid-range one, get a 6 or a 6.5 thereabouts, and try and get back out there for a second one. But at the moment, a very, very slow ocean. In the middle of the screen, there may be some bumps developing. We can see them on the screen here. I don't know if the surfers have seen them. Lovely clean water. You can see that reef in front of the judges' tower. Such beautiful conditions here in Ballito this whole week, Paul.
Yeah, we've had plenty of swell throughout the week here. Really has been the feature of this event. The amount of waves we've had now, an opportunity desperately needed by Isabella Nichols. She doesn't have priority. She'll try to go and look and sneak one from slightly deeper on the point here. That one not offering much. I think she'll just realize as well from a previous wave that she rode that she did have priority at a 4.77 with it. And some of these ones do just double up on the peak and then die. Pretty sudden death. That's what happened on the 4.77. That's why her points didn't go higher. She was unable to get that strong finish, and you contrast that completely with that absolute banger of a wave that Bronte got into. Got herself the 8.5, and that has really been the one wave of that magnitude throughout this whole semi-final heat. Sometimes it just comes down to who's there with the priority when that bomb swings through. It's been so consistent throughout the week here, but a different ocean this morning so far. We're just where we are with the tide right now. Meanwhile, bit of a scramble for position here. Let's see if we get some action. Both of these two like the look of this wave. There we go. So Bronte will lose priority there. So I'm not exactly sure. I think she wanted to go and then realized that one was going to shut down. And she'd already committed to paddling, made a late call not to go. So a little shaft of daylight there for Isabella Nichols. A little bit of opportunity. Emma, she's got priority now. And she needs to go into the excellent range of 8.56 with one wave to come back at the total of Bronte Macaulay. Otherwise, it's going to need a couple of 7, something of that order. 5 minutes is not a lot of time to do that.
Yeah, I think Bronte's wave came so early in the heat that hopefully in the last minute or two of this heat we'll see another wave like that. And I think for Isabella, her heart surely did a little leap when she managed to gain that priority, because I think when you're sitting needing such a big score in quite a slow heat and you don't have priority, it's quite hard to keep yourself feeling like I can do this.
I was surprised that Bronte didn't actually go on that wave. Isabella showed intent, and she almost sold it to Bronte. Bronte then backed off, and the priority switched. And in the bigger picture, yeah, with 4.5 minutes remaining, we know there's not many waves. If a set does come and Isabella gets it, that could, and if she gets the score, there may not be another opportunity for Bronte to counter that. But maybe a little mistake in the bigger picture. We'll only know in sort of 4 minutes' time. But I really thought she would hang on to that priority and squeeze Isabella, knowing that there really isn't many waves out there.
Let's see how crucial that proves to be in the remaining 3 minutes and 50 seconds in this. It's the second semi-final of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Beautiful Ballito on the Dolphin Coast, the Quatakuza region of South Africa. Stop 3 of 6 on the Challenger Series as we conclude today, which is finals day. It will be midway point on the Challenger Series tour. And one woman going great in those rankings right now, Isabella Nichols, up against it here, struggling in this. Just in terms of opportunities, really, she's not done loads wrong in waves that she's ridden. It's not like she's fallen, blown point scoring opportunities. There just hasn't been much for her. And that tide has been kind of significant throughout the week here, but we haven't seen the higher tide, the fuller water, be quite this slow. And we've even let a little bit of that high tide run out this morning. Just sometimes the periodicity of the swell, you do get these longer lulls. It's certainly what we're experiencing here. It's two surfers in the same ocean, dealing with identical conditions. Just the way the opportunities went in the early part of this one have set this one up pretty nicely for Bronte Macaulay, who you don't feel will mind too much if we are entirely becalmed in the remaining couple of minutes here. So we see that low tide coming just after lunchtime. 1:19 p.m. this afternoon, so we're several hours away from that. Right now we're getting towards mid, and right now we're getting towards crunch time in this second semi. Here's the leader, Bronte, under priority. Great turn from her, and she belts that one hard. Let's see where that goes points-wise. 4.83 is the backup. And you've got to be thinking, Isabella Nichols really now, it's probably going to come down to one chance at this, and she's going to have to go massive. She's going to need a set wave as well. 8.56 at the moment, the requirement. Let's see first if we get an improvement from Bronte. Just deciding to keep surfing, stay loose. She does get an improvement. Wow. So this going to get really hard shortly for Isabella Nichols, but let's get another look at this last wave from Bronte.
So Bronte getting this under priority from Isabella Nichols, and I feel like the scales have swung completely back into Bronte's favor after that wave. Just a one maneuver hit. It was a clean, critical turn, and I felt that she improved there with that on her 4.83, and she replaces it with a 6. Very clever strategic move. You know, we thought, wow, she's really under pressure. Was it a mistake? But then she gets like an inside wave and back into the lead. And looking at what Isabella needs now with the clock going down, smart surfing there from Bronte.
Yeah, Emma, we talk about what you do when you don't have priority and look to try and work maybe on your backup with something that came through, and that's exactly what Bronte McCauley was able to do there. The 6-for-1 turn and just really applying that pressure. I mean, these are big, high-stakes moments. She really wants to get into the final, and that's how you do it with that kind of surfing.
Yeah, she went into that closeout turn so hard, and I felt with a bit of innovation too. And I think like between Bronte, Isabella, the guards, today's just like one of those days where the combination of the mid-year cut, finals day, it's just such an important day. And her bottom turn, I can't get over her bottom turn. And the way she throws her tail, it was a bit different to her closeout turn on the 8.5 where she went slightly under the lip.
Felt a bit like she identified it probably was going to be one maneuver, and she swung everything at that. The whole upper body rotation, absolutely belting it. And from a pretty short section, 6 points, and puts a massive total at Bella Nichols. She ain't coming back from that. 9.73, and she's just been out of rhythm here. Nevertheless, a third place finish in South Africa. Crucial points for her already coming into this one. Going well inside that top 5 on the Challenger Series. And a nice moment there as Isabella Nichols realized she just came up against someone that had more flow and rhythm with the ocean out here in Ballito. Finals day at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and we're all set for an all-goofy encounter for the women. We'll see Vahine Fierro of France take on Bronte McCauley from Australia. Finals day here. We got the men coming in. We'll bring in Giggs and Kai for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by O'Neill. Quadakuza Municipality, Monster, SMG Yamaha, and Coca-Cola.
Vibrant beach scenes here on the east coast of South Africa. Of course, Bronte Macaulay into an all goofy foot final on the women's side of the draw. It is a good morning, Sawubona greetings for the 54th edition as we'll crown both men's and women's championships here at the stop in Ballito. Of course, this is the Challenger Series. Dig Saliers alongside Kai Linda. We're very excited for finals day, and well, we couldn't script a better set of conditions and weather as the beaches flocked down to see the quarter-finalists narrowed down. We are into semi-finals time here at the Ballito Pro. A big one coming up. Cade Matson taking on Frederico Moraes. Jean Duru will take on Cole Hauschman. And that theme of former championship tour surface fending off the young names that are on the charge.
Yeah, Giggs, and another theme of the morning is that these guys are going to have to be really, really on the ball with their time management over 35 minutes because we've seen some pretty slow heats, but this one getting started.
Well, here we go, and we'll catch up some action because Waves established this is a second wave blitzing away for the tall Portuguese surfer from Cascais in Portugal. Frederico Moraes will engage another ride. We'll catch up on that, but you see scorecards already. Cade Matson quick. We saw this yesterday, Kai. Cade Matson in that quarterfinal encounter, and he already has found a 7 in the lineup here as he gets his semi-finals campaign underway.
Yeah, going for the same strategy as he pulled out in the quarters. He said in the interview afterwards that was exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to get the first 2 best waves of the heat, and then he was quite happy to sit in priority and play the waiting game. But it's not going to go to according to the script completely here because Frederico got a 4-5 already, and we've just seen him get this wave. So I think this was the last one. This is during the break. So this is the 4-5. Big first turn. Really like the first turn. The wave went a little wonk on him. He gets the completion. So 4-5. This is the 7.0. Let's take a look at this one. As he does on almost every wave, first turn is big. Second turn even bigger. Really getting. Oh, how's that little jimmy of the board there?
Well, quick start for Cade Matson in red. Frederico Moraes chasing a number already of a 7. We'll see where that second score goes for Frederico Moraes. Of course, we will crown a men's champion. We have figured out who the women's finalists are. And now it's time to sort out the business end of the Ballito Pro. Let's have a look at what Frederico Moraes brings as he's improving his scorecard here in the semi.
Yeah, well, the first turn was great. Got the little fin release off the second. Unfortunately, he just ran a little fast down the bank, so he couldn't get the third in. But coming in at a 5, 6, 7, so taking the lead. And Cade now at that 7, you know, he said he wants the early scores, but Frederico's not letting him in. And this is the beef heat, the 2 biggest boys in the draw pretty much going head to head.
Well, taller athletes making up the semi-finals here. 6'1" of Frederico Moraes from Cascais in Portugal. Of course, everybody now as surf fans knows his name. Frederico's been around for a while, a good run on the championship tours back through 2017, 18 and 19, and looking here for requalification, re-challenging for those positions on the championship tour of 2024. A good momentum build as well. The worst that he can do now is a 3rd place finish, and he'll be looking for more as he already had that 5th place finish over in Australia earlier this year.
Yeah, and I think Frederico probably feels like he's owed a Ballito Pro victory. He's had some close calls at this event. He's been close to the top of the order before. We think back to last year, he had that big battle with Leo and just losing the heat. So he's definitely going to be eyeing it. But then if we look at the next semi-final, you got another man there who's also been so close to victory here in Ballito, and that's John Duru. He's finaled before, and I'm sure he would love to leave South Africa with a challenger victory.
Well, here we go. Cade Matson, who opened with a 7, now setting up a second ride, 2-turn combo, speaks to the criteria that the head judge and panel have communicated again to our athletes. His strong combinations in the lip, looking for points of difference. And, well, yes. And, you know, you're welcome to get progressive as well.
Yeah. We've seen it pretty much go to the line of big lip hits. I mean, if I look back to that last semi-final of the ladies, Bronte with the 8.5, she absolutely just mowed into the lip and some really heavy sections, and the judges throwing out the big score. Let's watch this one. He takes off, lovely bottom turn. First hook, not too dynamic, but the second turn really nice. Got the fins out the back, gave the judges a little shooter McGavin, and he was out of there.
Well, ticking the boxes, quick transition as well. We've seen that as a theme. Judges love it when you smash the lip, then come out and quick transition, re-engage. That combination between and the link between first and second maneuvers, quick and speedy, and just down on a 6-pointer, a 5.83 will come to the scorecard for the second counting, right? And Cade Matson will set the pace for this semi-final number 1. But, well, that strength of that 7-pointer, another excellent way to start. And as we mentioned yesterday, saw Cade Matson tackling that quarterfinal in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, he likes to come out blazing, and I mean, he spent almost, I would say, 2/3 of that quarterfinal just sitting, basically. He got the 2 scores so early, and then he was just happy to sit in priority and put the pressure on his competitors. So, unfortunately, though, Freddie's a wily old competitor, and he hasn't allowed that to happen. He's got the 5, 6, 7, so he's within reach of Cade's second score of the 5.83, but he's going to need to find one of those nice big set waves and really put the hammer down, try get above that 8-point range if he wants to take the heat, because this young Californian is looking good. He's been on a roll, and he seems to be building momentum in this event at the right time.
Yep, Cade Matson getting that win over Jacob Wilcox, who is sitting top of the Challenger Series rankings. Of course, those will all go through some readjustments now. Cade coming here to Ballito ranked 14th. Frederico arrives at the South African stop of the Challenger Series ranked 10th. So both of them will continue their climb on that year-end goal of sitting inside the top 10 for qualification to the Championship Tour 2024. Just talking to the tides there, you see the 1.3 meters if you're a mathematician. So that's about 5 feet or so, 4.5 to 5 feet of tide difference here. Steady outgoing pace to it. We're off those full moon springs, but still quite a wide range. But we know that Ballito loves the low tide conditions, and local time now just around 10:30 a.m. Temperatures are up beautifully. The beaches are packed, and still around 3 hours to go until the bottom of the low tide.
Yeah, I think Travis has really sort of chosen the right run-in to get the finals as close to the low tide. Of course, we are looking at onshore winds coming in around 2:30, so you don't really want to risk it. We've had a few days where that wind's picked up a little bit early gigs, so I think Trav's made the right call to find that balance between the low tide and not getting skunked in the final with the onshore.
Well, you mentioned that onshore. We did have a little bit of wind roll through the waiting period and, of course, the event window here. And every time that northeasterly blows, it does bring in that warmer water, so crystal clear conditions here, that Mozambique current ushering in even a warmer temperature. A couple of free surfers saying that it's feeling like 22, 23 degrees centigrade, so that puts it up into the high 70s Fahrenheit. So water balmy, and we just love that time of year here in beautiful Quadakuza. We are in a subtropical bubble, so to speak. I can tell you right now that the wind is absolute maximum velocity in Cape Town. The wind is howling, it is raining, it's sideways rain, and that, of course, you know, it's a similar story for the entire southern tip of Africa, but a little bit further up the coast here, this beautiful region has, for the 54th year in a row, seen the top professional surfers around the world arrive and always enjoy these wonderful KwaZulu-Natal conditions.
Yeah, I was treated to a real KZN morning when I took a stroll up in the dark to Bog this morning. The big rock shelf just behind Bog's Peak looked like a disco party going on with about 30 fishermen hunting shad. So it was a real KZN morning.
Talking of a beautiful morning down at the beach, let's go down to the beach and hear from Bronte McCauley. She's there with Emma Smith, and she's on her way to the finals.
Bronte, that 8.5, especially that closeout turn, was amazing. You've got a huge Australian support on the beach. It looks like you're surfing at home. Like, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling so happy to get through that one. It was such a hard draw with Bella. She's yeah, had a really great year on the Challenger so far. So yeah, I did quite an embarrassing claim, I think. So hopefully won't watch that replay. But yeah, just stoked to get through and safe in the final.
Well, the claim was worth it. It was an amazing closeout turn. Obviously, now you're going to jump so much higher in the rankings. Is your mindset going to change, you know, going into the last few events of the years from what you've had going into this year?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Like, yeah, it always sucks, like losing, especially in 2 events in a row. And yeah, I felt pretty flat and yeah, unmotivated, I guess. But yeah, this event's really, yeah, like kind of got me more excited about competing and just have really enjoyed the trip as a whole. So yeah, no, I'm definitely looking forward to the year more than I did at the start of the year.
Nice. Well, good luck for the finals. We'll see you later.
Well, Bronte McCauley into the finals of the Ballito Pro to take on Vahin Ferro in an all goofy foot encounter. And that, of course, coming up later in the morning. It is finals day here in beautiful Ballito. We've sorted out the women's side of the draw. Of course, Bronte McCauley getting past Isabella Nichols to find her way to perhaps the very top of the podium and the maximum points that she could take from a visit to Ballito for the 3rd stop of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, can we get the tech team to boomerang and meme that claim for us quickly, Gigs?
Let's have a look at the lineup here. 22 minutes still remaining. Heat times have opened up to 35 minutes for finals day. It is steady, head-high conditions here in beautiful Ballito. If you're just joining us on the broadcast, we will crown both men's and women's champions. And of course, a very important 3rd stop of 6 opportunities on the Challenger Series. Speedy turns and powerful lines off the lip coming your way. Care of Cade Matson will just go incomplete on his 3rd ride of this semi-final encounter. Already establishing a 7 for the opener, the 5.83 quickly to back it up. And I thought he was on his way to a better backup score there.
Yeah, Gigs, I mean, just thinking as he took off and watching that wave, you can't really ask for much nicer conditions for a finals day at a QS event, like crystal blue water. And I'm just thinking, as he landed off that floater, it looked like his weight was a bit over the front foot. It looked really awkward, and I thought, I'm sure he's creased that board, and it looks like he is going to come in. But I mean, just look at this beautiful wave. Lovely first shrelp off the top. As he always does, he comes straight into the second maneuver, but he was just, the front shoulder was a little over the front foot as he came in for that landing on that super shallow bank, and definitely put the crease in that board.
Well, Kaloe Andino on hand with the rest of the San Clemente crew to rig up another piece of equipment.
Kaloe's got the guns out.
Well, it's a beautiful warm day, and yeah, he's enjoying it. Cade Matson, though, with plenty of time, 20.5 minutes on the clock, will switch out boards. These will be exact replica boards as well. He's on the driver, 3.0 from Matt Biolis, a 6.0 by 19 3/8 by 2 5/16. So 31.5 litres of foam about to switch out here for Cade Matson. Cade Matson, a little bit of a bigger, stronger athlete than you may, you know, at first glance. He doesn't look that big, but put him on the scale. He's way up there on the pounds. And of course, a lot of foam, as we mentioned, 31.5 litres of board. And he'll get back out there as soon as possible. And the clock just slipping under 20 minutes, so plenty of time for Cade.
Yeah, 35 minutes heats, no worries. And yeah, Cade's probably up there with Geordie Smith sort of category of size surfer. Definitely got some grunt, but you can see it in his surfing. He's got so much power when he puts that rail into the water. And that's what we've been enjoying seeing him do here at the Ballito Pros. The other thing I'll say about Cade, and Giggs, you've mentioned it a few times commentating on his waves, is his flow and connectivity is just really, really solid.
Yeah, transitions between turns, a standout feature of Cade Matson. Of course, he has the complete package. 10 years separating these two surfers in the lineup. 31 years old for Federico Moraes, just 21 years of age now. Cade Matson, along with the rest of the San Clemente crew, just spearheading a whole push out of that Southern California region. Of course, in semi-final number 2, that story will continue as Cole Hauschman remains in the draw of the Ballito Pro as well. So outstanding visit to South Africa for the San Clemente crew.
Yeah, and Cole's been on a tear as well. I was looking at that footage of the big lefts at Narrabeen for his last victory, and he was just doing such big turns on his front side like a real beast. And then in this event, he's come and pitched up at Ballito, and he's just been absolutely ridiculously good on his backhand. So really is showing that he's got the whole package. I was also impressed with his little stint at the Surf Ranch. I thought out of the wild cards, he really looked the best of the bunch. And he's going to have a massive jump up the rankings with this result. And if he can win it, he'll more than likely go number 1 on the Challenger.
Well, the brighter Cade Matson and Jean Duru standing out on the tour leaderboard, 10 to 18 on your screen there. And of course, a number of names having lost out there. We did see Morgan Sibilik not get to the quarterfinals. Of course, Mark Lackamore got an outstanding run in Narrabeen. He's out. Jorgen Kuzenay didn't advance. And well, opportunity for Jean Duru and Cade Matson to slip into the top 10 now on the men's Challenger Series Tour leaderboard. And of course, those points being separated. There's a number of points to split between third and first and second, and all the numbers in between. And everybody on the hunt for the full 10,000 points here for a event win in South Africa.
Yeah, and I'm actually just trying to do the math in my head. Carl might actually be going number 1 already with this result, surfing in the semi-finals. So it's going to be a great trip for him no matter what. But lips beware, because that next semi-final, there's going to be some lip destruction from the two powerful goofy footers.
Well, a crease board for Cade Matson now replaced. Ooh. And yeah, that's to take a little fold there. Again, indications of how powerful the waves are here in Ballito. Notice those fannings. Those will be larges as well, just considering Cade Matson's weight. He's around 178 pounds. He's a big boy. Stands just over 6 feet, almost 6 feet 1. And of course, both two tall surfers in the lineup. Frederico carrying a little less weight on the scale. And Frederico still on those JS's. He's been faithful to that brand. And I think Frederico's producing some of the best surfing perhaps we've seen in a number of years.
Yeah, he's in a good space. Of course, we saw just before coming to Ballito, he got married. So he's moving into a new stage of life, and it seems to be doing well for him. He's in a really good space. I had a couple of chats with him over the week. He's in a very good space. He's really enjoying his surfing, and he said he just wants, he's got one goal, and that's to get back to the championship tour.
Well, Frederico Moraes campaigning to get back to a place that he knows well, the championship tour. Of course, Frederico loves his visits to South Africa, as does everybody in and around beautiful Ballito. Stay with us. It is the semi-finals of the Ballito Pro. We'll be back after the break for more surfing action. Well, the rock-solid surfing of Frederico Moraes can boast a number of great achievements. One of them is a win on the North Shore of Hawaii. Of course, back in 2019, blazing the field in the Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa. Of course, he loves his times here in South Africa as well. Surf historians will remember back to 2017, that highly entertaining edition of the J-Bay Open, where Frederico Moraes went all the way through the field. And, well, only falling to Filipe Toledo in that final. Meanwhile, during the break here in 2023 at the Challenger Series, Frederico's still at it.
Yeah, super late takeoff, gets the first turn, gets all the way around 2 sections to finish with the 3-turn combo. And watching scores coming in, a 7.67, so now highest wave of the heat. takes the lead and putting the pressure back on the Grom.
Well, Kai, that wave was pretty overdue. Prior to that, really just that pair of lower scores. Even a 4-5 was still sitting in Frederico Moraes' 2-wave total. He invested a ton of time. He's got the rhythm now on his rotation, and well, as you mentioned, best single ride 767 goes slightly higher value than Cade Matson's, and with a combination of turns like that, let's have another look at it, because this was pretty crisp surfing from Frederico Moraes here in Ballito.
Super late takeoff, gets the first carve. Nothing too spectacular on the first turn, it was more of a setup, but that one cracking the fins out the back of the lip, and then a nice big like 11 o'clock board drive straight into the lip. Did really well. There was a bit of a bump on the exit on that third turn. Frederico's big man trunk legs just dealt with it, and definitely worth the score. 3 turns. We haven't seen too many 3-turn combos either. If you look back to Cade's 7-0, that was a 2-turner. So I think Frederico did well to be patient and wait for that wave.
A lot of ricochet coming off the lip. Lower tide conditions on hand here as we get a look into the athlete zone. Warm-ups for Jean Duru in an all goofy foot encounter coming up. We love the theme of these semi-finals for us on the men's draw. 2 experienced campaigners, respectively Frederico Moraes and Jean Duru, taking on the younger push, and this time the younger push from the same part of the world, Cade Matson from San Clemente, and of course coming up next, Cole Hauschman. We love the stories unfolding here in the Challenger Series. We trust that everyone is enjoying the show with us. It's finals day. We will crown both men's and women's champions here in beautiful Ballito, and that'll bring us halfway through the Challenger Series' opportunities for the year.
Yeah, only 6 events this year, so it's a bit of a tight ship, and you've got to make the most of your opportunities. Only so many. Of course, you drop 2 results. Some of these guys we've seen doing well in this event really didn't have good runs in the first 2 events either, so it's been super important to come here and get a result. And in years past, we've seen the winner of the Ballito Pro pretty much guaranteed of making the championship tour. I think every guy that has won this event over the last couple of years has gone on to the championship tour.
Well, both Frederico and Cade, part of this semi-finals, both got 5th place finishes over in Australia. Both of them out of that chunkier conditions in Sydney. Of course, we had well overhead conditions when Cole Hauschman won. But, Cade Matson falling to Marco Migno in the event in Sydney, and Frederico Moraes falling to Jackson Baker. So these are better results than those 5ths. They both bring those 5ths here to Ballito. The worst that any of them can do now is 3rd. Is down the line under priority goes Frederico, and he'll punt to the air, almost landing just a little off axis there, just the tilt slightly out as he reconnects, and that will be a throwaway score. But good value, good entertainment, and the beach will be just applauding, loving that stuff, and the surf fans have come to see what is well, a very exciting visit from the Challenger Series.
Well, he took off on this one and just started mowing down the line. You could see him eyeing the lip line. You knew he was going to there. Beautiful little method grab, just really drifted out, just going a little bit off towards the landing there, maybe the wind blowing him a little bit, but not something we see from Freddie every day. And I love the style, love the straight air. I would love to see him make one of those.
Well, ever so close. Traversed a long distance as well. I mean, I reckon that was about 8-9 feet of flight path through the air, but incomplete on the landing. So no changes to any situation. Frederico Moraes just mixing it up there, going progressive to see if he can drop the 5, 6, 7. Both surfers hacking the lip for their 7-point range scores, and both of them sitting trying to now ditch their 5-point backup numbers. Of course, back to Cade Matson, who switched out equipment. You saw again Frederico Moraes in that previous wave, not the air, how much ricochet and explosion came off that landing. So that'll tell a tale of conditions all the way to the finals, because the tide's still going out for another 3 hours.
Yeah, and Giggs, you know, it's, you said earlier when you did the board swap, you know, identical boards, but I think we all know in surfing, like, it's even with the computers and the machines now, it's pretty difficult to exactly match up a board. They always have slightly little, like, small differences. Certainly in the old days when they were doing hand shapes, I don't think you would ever have gotten an identical surfboard, but it's gotten a bit closer now with modern technology, but those boards still being finished by hand, so there's always going to be slight little variances in the sanding and the glassing.
Well, of course, quality product underneath Cade Matson's feet, as we mentioned. Matt Biolis shaping for 3 of the 4 semi-finalists. And of course, even lady semi-finalists involved with that equipment shaper as well. And we mentioned Cade Matson for the board swap. So he'll be feeling focused here. None of that will really put him off. A quick pit stop, 8 minutes to go. Priority with the surfer. Chasing a 6.35, so very achievable. So this is going to be a race to the finish line for semi-final number 1's official result.
I'm just going back to that air of Freddie's. Quite a clever move for me in the heat. Something he's not maybe known for, but under priority, picked up the wave. It was a fast runner. It was only going to give him one maneuver. So may as well go hell for leather and go for something that's going to really, impress the judges. And I mean, Giggs, where do you think, let's go into possibilities here. If he had landed that big front side boost, and like you said, he really traveled. It was a big air. Where do you reckon he would have come out?
Single punt like that, you've got to think that it would have been perhaps the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. So I think it was a clever move, and he was oh so close to making it as well. So for me, that just shows his experience. Like Freddie, it's very rare you see him go to the air in a heat, but just showing that his heat intelligence is really good.
Well, a lot of experience for Frederico Moraes, as we mentioned. He's been around for a long time now. Featured strongly on the championship tour back in those years of especially, we always think of that highlight of 2017 where he really went on a tear. Made the finals at J-Bay, a 5th at Trestles as well, a 5th at Bells. So a stellar year back there, and that's where Frederico Moraes feels he belongs. And well, he's got to do it via the Challenger Series. Of course, on the flip side of the draw, Cade Matson, not a lot of championship tour experience to speak about. His precision surfing got a wild card to the Freshwater Pro back in 2019, just before that pandemic pause. But Cade Matson, as I say, not a lot of championship tour experience to talk about. We know, especially in that Freshwater Pro, he performed well amongst a lot of the top names. He's got everything precisely right as a young surfer. Partook in the Zambazon World Junior Championships earlier this year. We started the season at Seaside Reef in January with the World Juniors. A moderately good result, 9th place there. And of course, a strong push out of San Clemente for Cade Matson, along with Cole Hauschman coming up next in the next semi-final. Think of other names like Jet Schilling and Crosby Colapinto in that next push coming. Of course, all of them spearheaded by another stellar set of numbers on the championship tour by Griffin Colapinto in 2023.
Griff's been on an absolute tear, just really finding his form this year. And I don't see it stopping either. I think he's going to be deadly if it gets to Trestles. I mean, it's his home break, knows the wave so well, and he's going to have all his friends and family and the whole San Clemente crew there on the cobbles cheering for him. So if he can finish the season in that number 1 spot, it's going to be one heat for the championship, and I don't see many people upsetting him in that one heat scenario.
Yep, lots of positive stuff out of San Clemente, and of course that is just down the road from Trestles, which will see the Rip Curl Final 5s come September. Somebody that would want to be part of that in 2024 is Frederico Moraes, who'll just keep his momentum on the run here. Trying to improve on a 5, 6, 7, just goes back to stock standard grinding the lip. Points have been coming out of that lip area, and well, another good number. We're thinking that he's improving his 5, 6, 7 as we slip down to around 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
I liked it. Thought he surfed that wave really well, finding it under the priority as well. Look at this, comes off the top, straight into the lip. Turn number 2, big blast out the back, lots of power, and then the big closeout maneuver. Definitely not up there in the 7, 6, 7 range, but could just top out in the 6s and improve his situation.
Smaller wave for Frederico Moraes to work with under Cade Matson's priority. And judges will just review that a number of times. We're thinking that it may knock on the 5, 6, 7's territory and perhaps replace a score. Not sure what surf fans are thinking. We're a little bit sort of unsure of it as well here. 3.5 to go as the big man Cole Hauschmund heads for the lineup here in Ballito. An all-goofy semi-final coming up next. A man coming off momentum in Narrabeen, Australia, the fellow San Clementine, if that is even a word, takes on Jean Duru. And, well, again, that theme of experience versus the young push. Everyone is challenging for a top 10 finish, and someone's challenging the scorecard. We'll update the numbers shortly. Judges have pondered on it for a little while, and we're going to end up seeing a slight improvement for Frederico Moraes, extending the lead just by around half a point. 6.1 now coming in for Frederico Moraes, and he'll put a new requirement of a 6.78 onto his opponent, Cade Matson.
Yeah, and just slowly turning the screws now. Less than 3 minutes to go, so there's not a lot of time left, and it's been slow out there. So priority is with Cade. But just look at this. This is such good surfing from Frederico. Blasts it straight over the lip. Critical. Bang. Power and precision. And then straight off the bottom and into the third turn. So just ticking those boxes for the judges all the way down the line. And yes, it was a smaller wave, but he chose a good one because it gave him those opportunities.
Well, Frederico, the pride of Portugal. Of course, a big push from Frederico, along with World Junior Champion from 2014, Vasco Ribeira, and a lot of that talent. They love getting their surfing polished at waves like Cochise and Ericeira. Of course, Ribeira de Illes again will host the 5th stop on the Challenger Series. And well, we're slipping down to under 2 minutes to go. We'll see where Cade Matson's last 1 minute and 40 goes. He sat for an age like this. We saw him in the quarterfinals with his win over Jacob Wilcox, literally only catched 3 waves. So clear intention, what he wants to do. He keeps questioning and looking. Frederico's been busy under the priority of Cade a number of times, but a 6.78 fast becoming a very urgent requirement as we hit the 1 minute 20 mark.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that wave he fell on, the aerial, that was a wave that Cade possibly could have done really well on, because we know he's got those big aerial maneuvers. So he let that one go. Freddie had a go, nearly landed a massive score. Let that last wave go. Freddie went to town, got a 6.1, opened the gap. 6.78 to advance. That's a big score in this heat.
Inside the last minute, some urgency and movement from Cade Matson here, who's only caught 4 waves in the lineup. Frederico's caught 5, so there's been a fairly steady pace to this heat. But 6.78 now is the requirement, and it's becoming urgent for the young Californian in red. A little bit of movement in the deeper water here as well. Let's see if that gets to us with now 30 seconds to go. So this is one of those cliffhanger moments. He will have practiced this with the crew from San Clemente, of course, just dealing with the big moments, absorbing pressure, and of course big match temperament, all important in the mindset of these young athletes.
Just for challenger level, you need major BMT because anything can happen. We saw a couple of heats yesterday go down to the final seconds. He's having a big paddle.
Well, it's a smaller inside wave. It's going to ask perhaps for progression. Let's see where he goes. Cade Matson trying to keep board speed up. You cannot do anything in this sport without speed. And he'll go for the rotation, and it's incomplete. So the story is written just like that. A cruel ending, perhaps, to the end of the campaign for Cade Matson. And he is going to settle for a 3rd place finish here in Ballito. And we have now established our first finalist at the stop in South Africa. Frederico Moraes, 7.67 plus a 6.1. The Portuguese surfer on the way to the finals here. Stay with us. A new semi-final coming your way, and trust me, it's going to be a big one.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
to persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few,
envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
I knew a man that changed the world. Well, the world that I know. An adventurer who charted his own course through life. The guy I knew was jeans, flip-flops, button-down shirt, untucked, casual. But those suits he made us, oh, they changed everything. Forever. He could see a future where others didn't. You're gonna sell to 5 guys on the beach, they'd say. Surf shop? What did that even mean then? It wasn't just a place, it was family, riders, wetsuits, culture, innovation. The 3 most important things in life: surf, surf, and surf. And he never lost that connection to the water. And that suit, that barrier he created, it was a doorway that opened up new possibilities, new places, still does. He stretched the realms of possibility, taking us with him, thinking, what if? Why not? Let's go. I knew a man that changed the world we all know. I knew Jack O'Neill.
Well, this weekend we celebrate Jack O'Neill Day. Of course, what a human, a pioneer and adventurer, the founder of O'Neill. Of course, his focus for us to surf longer. And, well, surfers, go grab your boards and enjoy, because so much was set for us from Jack O'Neill. Tomorrow, 9th of July, officially. Call that Jack O'Neill Day. Of course, you are with us in beautiful South Africa for the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Let's have a look at the frame. As yesterday we got through those quarterfinals, Cade Matson got past Jacob Wilcox and, well, fell to Frederico Moraes. Frederico Moraes is now established as our men's final participant. On the bottom half of the draw, we'll figure it out with Cole Hauschman taking on Jean Duru in an all goofy foot semi-final number 2. The beaches are packed, the vibe is good, and of course we'll crown champions here in beautiful Ballito this afternoon as we welcome you back to the broadcast. 35-minute heats set out for us. Gixeliers and Kai Linda in for the call as we break it all down for you. And this one's still plenty of time to go, just slipping under the 31-minute mark. And I see a 5-5 in on the scorecard for a quick start for Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, a quick start, getting a quick little 5-5 in. I'm sure we'll see a replay shortly. Looks like a little bit of action in the lineup as well, a bit of swell moving in hopefully. As that tide bottoms out, we should see a few more waves, and here goes the most experienced man in the draw.
Well, rock steady surfing all week long from Jean Duru, another name that is a former championship tour surfer, a veteran of the game, and we spoke of those ricochets, and Jean Duru gets popped like a French champagne cork there as we transition back to the big bulky 6'3" of Cole Hauschman, the young American on a tear on the Challenger Series, and he'll blitz away his second wave of the semi-final, and he'll just a little left-handed salute to the crew as he will keep his momentum going. An early start of the 5-5, he adds the second number, and it's game on at the Ballito Pro.
Well, I think most of the beach and the viewership is thinking Cole Hauschman is, look, the form surfer. He's on a big roll. So this is the 5-5 he opened up with, and big man just gets so much speed on the back end. Lovely little float over the bumpy section, gets a little drawn out carve. Wave made him wait a bit for the last turn, but he forces the turn, almost bottomed the nose out. Now let's watch this wave, Gigs. Huge bottom turn, bang, just big power, rip. Gets another one, comes flying around the section, throws it up again, and then this last little turn to finish. I think he's going to look at a big score there. I think the judges are ready, especially that first bottom turn into that big rip out. Just so aggressive and powerful and critical. And I was going to say just before he took off on that wave, I was like, discount John Duru at your peril. Like, he is such a strong surfer, especially here at Ballito. But right now, the young American is just looking on fire.
Let's have a look at it, because Jean Duru has, as we mentioned, been surfing steadily the entire week.
Yeah, big section on that flow day. The second turn was lovely. If he had run out of that thing, it would have been a great score, some really critical surfing. And that's really been the story of his path to the semi-finals, is critical surfing on the backhand. But he's got a big ask ahead of him. 917 for Cole.
Big number established by a big man, 6'3" of young San Clemente surfer Cole Hausman, on a tear in 2023. He is on the radar of everybody now. As far as I laughed at Greg Emsley, he says a household name.
Good with the cheese, isn't he?
Of course, former championship tour surfer Greg Emsley working with us, sometimes working on us as well. He'll be calling beach scores, but Cole Hausman fast becoming a household name, and 917 to set the pace here for semi-final number 2. We love it, and this is the kind of strong surfing that saw him for the win in Narrabeen. And well, there's no doubt with Jacob Wilcox falling out in the quarterfinals, a respectable result, of course, for the Australian with the 5th place finish here. Looks like Cole Hausman very well might end up at the top of this Challenger Series rankings as soon as the end of the finals, when we print that out and crown our champions.
Yeah, and right now he's putting his hand up to be that man. 917 and a 5.5, that's crazy. And again, just watch this, takes off. Watch how deep he puts the rail in the water here. Just whips it, like so much aggression and speed, but also precision from the big American. Then just drives a raw turn off the top. Big bottom turn again, just straight up into the lip. And then finishing strong by just a lovely little pivot in the closeout section. But for me, just that first bottom turn to top turn combination is just absolutely mind-blowing surfing.
Well, Cole, the young surfer, still just getting his campaign really going, rocketed up the Challenger Series rankings. Of course, he's done the qualifying series for a number of years. The first time I really got him on the radar was over in Cruy in 2019 in a QS where Gabriel Medina rocked up just as a little warm-up for the then CT at Karamas, and Cole Hausman and Gabriel Medina finished equal 3rd that year. So he loves his bigger waves, and well, of course, with what Sydney provided in the 6 to 8 foot range at Narrabeen on that south swell, Cole Hausman banging out that win. There you see him, only 2 surfers from that top turn picture still with us in Ballito for finals day. We did lose Jacob Wilcox yesterday in the quarterfinals. Softer numbers certainly on the way for Sam Pupo, who'll be dropping. Jet Schilling will perhaps stay just outside or on the top 10, but Frederico Moraes too, climbing that ladder very steadily and looking for that year-end top 10 finish.
Yeah, I think if Frederico wins this, he could go very close to the top as well. So both these guys are looking to be sort of the leaders going into the next Challenger event. A whole lot of names there that are going to disappear out of that top 10 gigs. A couple of guys falling out really early. Look at Crosby, Carla Pinto, Mikey McDonough. Those guys are definitely going to be overtaken by some of the guys through the quarters and semis.
Well, let's go down and hear from our first finalist for the Ballito Pro of 2023. It's down there with Emma Smith, Frederico Moraes.
Frederico, I feel like we can almost taste CT qualification. You're obviously winning that heat. Cade got a wave in like the last few seconds. Were you watching? Were you thinking? Were you praying? What was going through your head?
I was watching. Obviously the wave didn't look very good, but Cade's an amazing surfer and he's got a really good air game. So yeah, I knew he was going to try that, and he did go for the air, but he didn't make it, so stoked. It was a really nerve-wracking heat, super slow, but I found 2 good waves. And yeah, it's a really good result for my dream, which is be back on tour, hopefully surf J-Bay next year. And yeah, there's a lot of work to do still, so there's a final to go and 3 events to go, so yeah, gotta refocus and keep working.
Nice, and obviously we've seen a slight improvement in the waves. It's picking up a little, should get better with the low tide. Are you going to change your equipment or your game plan going into the finals?
Well, I broke my board on my last wave. I didn't change because there was no point on doing it. There's 3 minutes left. So yeah, I'll have to change boards, definitely. That was my magic one, but it's all good. JS really good at it, so I've got plenty of magic ones up there. So yeah, waves look really fun. Tide's getting a bit lower. Looks like there's more waves now, so should be fun.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the finals.
Thank you guys.
Well, the Ballito guillotine smashing on the low tide here on finals day, and that semi-final, both surfers getting some equipment damage.
Yeah, 2 creased boards, and we spoke about it when we saw him coming off. You saw the replay there during the interview. You can actually see that little bobble about halfway down off the landing, and that's just that sort of rebound off the bank coming back up from the lip, and it is really powerful. This place does not play games kicks.
You know, I watched how fast Jean Duru approached that last maneuver of his first wave, that 467, and you could see he deliberately tried to whip down really quickly, almost to beat the ricochet and the backwash, and somehow got bucked off. So you know, that's just a little indication of conditions to deal with here. Of course, both surfers out in the lineup, about 25 pounds of weight between them. Cole Hauschman, the taller, at 6'3", Jean Duru at 5'10". They're both on exactly the same surfboard model too, by the way. We'll just go into the athlete area. Preparations underway here for the Ballito Pro final.
What's that? Mayhem and Le Mayhem.
Well, Bronte McCauley will take on Vian Ferro. That's coming our way. Great to see the veteran campaigner from Western Australia, of course. Father Dave McCauley, a number of visits to South Africa over the years. We love peeling back the history books and looking at all of it. So think of surfers from San Clemente who have won this event. We think of the Gadauskas brothers back in and around 2010, 2011, that chapter when the event had settled here in Ballito. Of course, everybody loves the Gadauskas boys, and they had their successes here. Perhaps that is going to be re-emulated by Cole Hauschman this year. We were asking that question, does Cade Matson go for an all San Clemente final? That is not how the men's are going to play out. And do we see a Tahitian winner on the women's side of the draw in 2023? Heat preparations here for now a qualified Olympian as well. Vian Ferro calls Tahiti home. And boy, has she showed us her full scope of abilities over the last season or two.
Yeah, and look, make no mistake, she's got one outrageously big battle on her hand. Bronte is just in really good form, and she's got so much power and class and execution in these like heavy beach break waves in Ballito. But Vahina has shown real consistency through this event. She's stuck to her game plans. We saw her being uber patient in her semi-final and sticking to her game plan, and it paid dividends. And of course, she's got a bit of beach support behind her, which makes a big difference. You know, staying with Sophie Bell and her family up at Salt Rock. She's got a lot of noise on the beach when she takes off, and that always helps.
Talking of taking off, priority at work now for Jean Duru, who will open up on his second ride of this semi-final of the Ballito Pro. Just keeps that weight down, that right shoulder dropped forward, and just methodical in his approach right now, just to get a second score in the hatch. Chasing a very big number, Kai, of a perfect 10, care of the weight of that massive 917 of his opponent, Cole Hauschman. Nonetheless, he'll just want to keep building blocks going. For now, add a second score, perhaps better the 467, a step in the right direction to reduce that requirement.
Well, this guy will never give up. He is one of the biggest fighters on the tour. Lovely first turn, little messy on the second, but he managed to ride out of it, and then going for that nice big closer. So 2 big turns on that wave. Is it going to be a 917? I don't think he'll get quite there, but he's certainly going to replace and better the 467, and then he's going to have to just work on using the next 19 minutes to find another score.
Well, we spoke of the physicality difference between these two goofy footers, not only big distance in age. Jean Duru into his 30s. Cole Houshman just 22 years of age. So a lot of experience from our man in red. But back to the weight difference, and that equates to equipment. About 5 liters of foam different between our two athletes. Both of them on the Mayhem Drivers 3.0s. Cole Houshman on a 33.5 liter board, a 6.1 by 19 and 5/8 by 2 and 5/8. So good to look into the specs of it. Of course, Jean Duru down at 28 liters on a 511 version of the model. And a good number in for Jean Duru, a 6.17 now. Building block in the right direction, but still a big requirement for Jean Duru. An 8.5's not going to phase him, though. He knows where he's got to go in the remaining 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, and he's been pretty close through the event. He's had some big scores. So I feel like if John can find one of those nice set waves with maybe 2-3 big sections to hit, he's shown us some real class over the event. So it's a big requirement, but if there's one guy I wouldn't write off, especially with this much time on the clock, it's definitely him. And he just has a pretty magical relationship with this wave. I mean, we know he's had good results here before, and in his previous heats, he really seems to just find the ones that give you that scoring potential.
Just sitting back and soaking up all the tones of blue. Of course, this is the Indian Ocean. It's a warm ocean as well, with the Mozambique current off to our left as we look out to sea, ushering in that warm, clear water. Of course, that beautiful region all around us here to explore. Lots of coves and bays, sandbars, and of course boasting the premium beach conditions, and just a wonderful asset that the Quadakuza municipality has here. Of course, the entire stretch of beautiful Ballito in and around the area, a strong destination for holidays, that midwinter escape. There's people from all over the interior of the country, where it is pretty crisp and chilly at night, are driving down. It's a festival, carnival atmosphere, and of course great entertainment last night, again care of the live music offerings.
Yeah, everything is blue, Konke Kulu Glaza here in Zululand, and I was down there at the concert gigs. It was a huge turnout. Wow, Salt Rock Beach was just heaving with people. Some really nice music. First time getting to see Majosi play, and I must say I was uber impressed with him. Incredible music. And then shot down the road to Lafayama and had a lovely steak. It was another great evening in Ballito.
Well, quality restaurants, great entertainment. Of course, the show that Colette Bundy and the Quadakuza municipality put on here every year, just getting better and better. And I can confidently say this is the best edition of the Ballito Pro. Of course, the rich history of the 54th edition. Can you imagine the celebrations next year for a 55th birthday for this event?
Cannot
I'm already
wait.
hearing murmurs of big plans for next year this time. But of course, everybody loving the 2023 edition. Think of all the way back to 1969, that very first win as the Durban 500. A sprightly young surfer from very close to Jeffreys Bay at the time, a young Gavin Rudolph, would win that event. And well, so much to talk about here in this beautiful region of South Africa, and of course the event itself. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more. We trust that you're enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Listen up, guys. Our biggest problem right now, we are missing poses.
You mean pauses?
No, poses. The secret to winning is to pause.
Time out! Let's take a break.
In through the bunny hole.
Down the big tree.
You like it, Tom?
Now you're talking. Gorgeous work, Antonia.
I'm taking a step back. Sometimes you gotta stop to be an actual human.
Come on, boys! Ah!
Hey, You'll get it tomorrow.
A look back to Cole Houshman's stunning performances over at Narrabeen in Australia, the Sydney Surf Pro winner. The big man attacked those conditions on hand, and well, of course, getting that win over Jacob Wilcox, Team San Clemente on the push in 2023. And well, Cole Houshman brings that winning feeling through to Ballito. Here you are with us for the semi-finals, featuring that big man wearing blue this time, Cole Houshman, in the lead here at the Ballito Pro semi-final number 2. Gig Saliers and Kai Linder having a ton of fun with it. And I'll tell you now that 917 was a whole bunch of fun to behold for Cole Houshman. He is in charge of this semi-final number 2.
Jeez, and some flashbacks of the hog out at Narrabeen there, and those highlights from the Narrabeen contest. I mean, just showing really that he is the all-round package, absolutely destroying the big lefts on his front side. Love that one fin drift turn, and then coming to Ballito and just turning it on the backhand. Look at the bottom turn, top turn combo. That's one of my favorites of the entire event. And then doesn't stop there, whoops, another big power hack. You just see him keeping the rail so steady until he's ready to unleash that power. And my God, he has got some power in those big legs of his.
Well, that's what a 917 looks like. 6'3" and 200 pounds of Cole Houshman. Watch out, CT 2024, because it looks like Cole Houshman is on the way. That win in Australia has him here in Ballito ranked 3rd, and well, perhaps will take that top spot now if he gets his progress through to the finals. We'll answer all of that in 12.5 minutes. And of course, for Jean Duru as well, fellow goofy foot opponent here in the match. He's also on his own momentum build. Think of Jean Duru and his performances in former championship tours as well. Of course, he's had his chances to make finals. And of course, you think of his stellar performances at places like Chopu and Fiji. Jean Duru knows how to function at the top end of the sport. And we love the push of both the former championship tour surfers and of course this new talent on the way to perhaps CT qualification.
Yeah, you can see the other San Clementans sitting on the beach having a good chuckle and a laugh about something, but they'll be stoked. Kate obviously not so stoked. He did get knocked down, and will be Federico in the final, but I think a really good result for him nonetheless. And they'll be on the beach now supporting Cole full-heartedly. And I've got to say, is just looking at that power surfing on the backhand, anyone got a spare wild card for J-Bay for Cole?
Well, just back to Cade Matson there, got here 14th on the rankings, care of a 5th place finish. 3rd place finish now in Ballito for Cade Matson. We'll see him go into the top 10 picture. Of course, we'll have a look at all of that after the finals are done and we get ready for some more exciting surfing. But with 11 minutes to go, and 8.51 is the focus of Jean Duru, and the whole story right now is Cole Houshman.
All right, so Cole, yeah, his backhand has just been phenomenal, and it's going to be a big fight now. John's losing track of time here, 11 minutes on the clock, and needing an 8.51. It's a big ask. Like I said earlier, though, Giggs, he's got the firepower out here at Ballito to get that kind of score. It's just, we've seen these big lulls. Cole sitting with priority as well, so that's certainly not going to make it any easier for the Frenchman.
Well, only 2 waves apiece. Normally by now we show you a full activity table with all waves caught, and well, that is it. 2 waves per surfer. Under the priority, Cole Houshman will look over the ledge and go, nah, it's a smaller inside track. You have it, Jean. See what you can do with it. Lovely quick speeding between turns, but then just gets that nose under. So throwaway score for Jean Duru. Second wave of the set, perhaps offering Cole Houshman the chance to improve on his 5.5 and stretch the lead. Big blunt hit there, throwing spray all the way out to almost showering his opponent. And that is another potential nail in the coffin, because everything right in that exchange for Cole Houshman. We'll say goodbye to the 5.5, and those are big hits taking place on the backhand. Massive spray flying everywhere, and Cole Houshman's on a tear in 2023.
Geez, Gigs, the spray from this first turn was so big. I think I saw a few shad in there. It was incredible. Just so much power. And he just hooks it so tight in the pocket. And when you're on a roll, you're on a roll.
Well, feeling it is the young surfer from San Clemente. And wow, who's writing the script? He is now well on his way to year-end qualification, we think, because at this third stop in Ballito, we're halfway through, and it is 4 opportunities that count of the 6. So by the time we shake that and loosen all the stones and let it all settle, adjust the rankings, Cole Hausman's going to be amongst the top end year finish, that is for sure.
Well, you might not even have to go to Brazil.
Of course, US Open of Surfing, the next opportunity come the end of July. No doubt Cole Hausman will take a drive up for that, and then over to Ericeira, Portugal, for the 5th stop on this Challenger Series. And then the 6th one will be decided at Saquarema. And as we mentioned, of the 6 stops, athletes can drop 2 and count 4. So Cole Hausman, folks, is looking like a sure bet in 2023. Look at the numbers coming his way. One judge up to the 9.2, another at the 8.5. There's the average of an 8.93, and that is a massive number, which sends the former championship tour Jean Duru into a combination situation. So, wow, how do you fix that with 8 minutes to go, Jean Duru?
Oof, really difficult, because I'm pretty sure that's the first combination of the entire event, and that just speaks to the quality of waves and consistency of waves we've had throughout the Ballito Pro, is that all the heats have been pretty tight. We haven't really seen anyone really shut down a heat, but what a time to do it in a semi-final, gunning for the final, to shut down a competitor like Johan Duru with an 18.1 combo with 7.5 minutes to go. And I mean, it's not super consistent right now, so he really is just giving him a mountain to climb.
Well, our newest surf fans, that combination situation means that the current scores cannot be worked with. He cannot use any of that accumulation. He's got to find a combination of 2 brand new rides to attack that massive number. 18.1, surely one of the top heats from this Ballito Pro for sure. 917, outstanding. We haven't seen a lot of scores into the 9s. We saw Joel Vaughan go near perfect 10. We saw Jacob Wilcox with a flat 10. But let's have a look at the nuts and bolts of another massive score in the lineup for Cole Hausman.
Well, the rail work is just phenomenal, and just the way he pivots and releases on the backhand as well. Perfect timing, you know, aggressive, loads of speed, no downtime between the turns. And the judges are having to reward that as excellent surfing. And I mean, Cole pretty much can go into the beach, grab a Miyasai bowl, have a little break. I mean, keep an eye on the lineup. It's a quick paddle today, and maybe if John gets another score, you could go back out there.
Well, of course, anything can happen in this game of professional surfing. It's like that chess match. 3 waves apiece now in the lineup, and well, Jean Duru is going to have to at least find 5 now if he wants to fix his problems. But still, thinking of the campaign and the crusade of Jean Duru in 2023, same intentions as Frederico Moraes, who is already waiting in the finals, is finish top 10. Let's get that momentum build. With Jean Duru a 9th over in Sydney, so a respectable counting result. Now the worst he can do here is an equal 3rd. That'll bring him right up into the picture as well. Of course, he rocketed up to around 18th on this Challenger Series rankings coming here to Ballito. Jumped that 15 places, care of Sydney, and now he'll be part of that top 10 picture as well. So starting to sift out at the halfway mark through the Challenger Series, potential surfers for that top 10 finish.
Yeah, and John will be happy with the result. Of course, going off to the US Open, it's a tough wave for the big boys generally, because we know it can be quite a small wave. But having said that, with current El Nino patterns and stuff, who knows, we might have one of those years where we've got 6-foot barrels at Huntington, and then these guys are going to be reveling in it. Ericeira, great wave for Duru. He loves that right-hand point, and suits him again with the backhand. And then, I mean, Saquarema, anyone's game. It can be 6 to 8 foot, it can be 2 to 3 foot, so it's really just dependent on what conditions arrive on the day there.
Well, the beaches are packed here in Ballito. It is finals weekend. And we're very close to getting the women's final ready to tee off. And it's excitement all round here. A big 2-week festival. Of course, O'Neill strongly anchoring the theme of the Konke Kulschlazer, the awareness. Of course, everybody down here just plugging in, enjoying it. And, you know, our ocean did take a little bit of a beating as well midweek with a lot of debris blowing in, but everybody with that environmental conscious theme. We cleaned the beaches very, very early, and it is certainly the best place to be in South Africa today, without a shadow of a doubt.
I certainly wouldn't want to be anywhere else, Gigs. It is cooking out there. It's a really hot day, even hotter than yesterday, actually. And you can just see all the people, cozies on, in the water, which is also warm. Down the beach, some of the other guys and girls are getting some nice waves at Bog Bay. And you can still see the shad guys in the background there. They're going for fish. So, I mean, just so much going on, so much to do, and that is quite a cruiser. It's heaven on earth for those who love the great outdoors.
Yeah, this time of year you cannot go wrong. Get your 2024 holiday thought through and be part of this 55th edition when we come here next year for the Ballito Pro. What an event it will be, and of course what an event this one has been. Water temperatures in the mid-70s, the temperature in the air even higher, up to 27 degrees into the low 80s Fahrenheit. It is beach festivities. It's a massive weekend unfolding here, and of course the celebrations will continue this afternoon when we crown our individual winners on both men's and women's sides of the draw. And of course even the Springboks taking on the Wallabies on the rugby side will see the festivities go way into the evening. Let's have a look if Jean Duru can start unlocking his situation. It's not going to happen with that, and he knows with 2.5 minutes to go that he will succumb to the powerful delivery of backhand turns from Cole Hauschman. As we mentioned, a respectable result for Jean Duru, a great run from him. He'll be sitting top 10 picture on this Challenger Series leaderboard at the end of today. And all respects to a man who has performed solidly through the Challenger Series, and especially here in Ballito.
Yeah, and so, I mean, such a nice guy as well. Always got time for the fans, always got time for a chat, and him and Maud have been here many, many times. They love the place, and he's such an advocate for South Africa as well. Like he's always happy to promote what a wonderful place this is and how much he loves coming here. And I'm sure he'll be upset that he hasn't gone to the finals, but he also knows that he's going to go line up a nice steak tonight and a good glass of red wine, and he's going to enjoy the rest of his stay in South Africa.
Well, Jean Duru will be accepting a 3rd place finish here in Ballito. He'll be already making his travel plans to get to the US Open of Surfing. He'll go home and just polish it all up. And that man on screen, Cole Hauschman, is on his way to the finals of the Ballito Pro in 2023. He is going to take on Frederico Moraes, and that is going to bring a very strong theme home of former championship tour surfers and their experience, and the young push, of course the young push out of San Clemente. With this man here, this is a victory lap as he just stings the lip here in beautiful Ballito. He's going to conserve some energy and just roll it out to the beach, and then we slip under 1 minute to go. It is official result, even though we've still got 50 seconds to print it out.
Yeah, and just kudos to Cole Hauschman. Wow, what a performance. We've seen some good surfing this morning in all the semi-finals, but he really just pushed a big exclamation mark on his bid for the win here and to go to the CT. He's done, I mean, a 917 and an 893 in these conditions. It's phenomenal surfing.
Well, there was a lot of speculation that the Goofy Footers would charge on well in the Ballito Pro with the chunky inshore swell conditions, and certainly this man, Cole Hauschman, is going to make his 2nd final of the year on this year, the Challenger Series. And what a run you had, as you mentioned there, Kai, a 917 and an 893. That is a massive input, and let's hope that wasn't a case of using up all of that momentum, because if he can take a little bit of that firepower to the finals, could end up being 2 wins in a row for Cole Hauschman in 2023.
Yeah, just hope he hasn't burnt up the momentum too soon, but make no mistake, he's got a real battle on his hands in the final. He's got a very experienced Portuguese surfer with the name Frederico Moraes, And Federico's been there, done that, and he's not going to be scared to take him on in the final.
More than a job well done. Cole Hauschman is in the finals of the Ballito Pro to take on Federico Moraes. Women's finals coming up next. Vihan Fierro will take on Bronte McCauley to see who gets the big trophy in Ballito. Paul Evans, Mike Frew and Tashmin Testi in as we move towards the finals here in Ballito. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's East Coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
Just 2 women remaining in the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's the final in the water right now. And 2 of the outstanding surfers of the event, 2 goofies looking to go on the attack on the backhand here to talk you through this final. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Tashmin Testi, Mike Frew. How are we feeling about an exciting final here, guys?
Oh man, the surfing this morning has been top level, top draw, and it's going to continue into these finals. What a beautiful day here in Ballito.
Let's check out the final bracket and see the path for these 2 to get here in the final. Think about Vahine overcoming the experience of Sally, and then the very young and up-and-coming Zali Kelly. Meanwhile, Bronte McCauley, a tough heat against Bella Nichols. Tash, she got it done.
Yeah, she got it done, and you know, conditions with this lower tide now is going to get better, and we see live action already. But it is an exciting day. The energy down on the beach is incredible.
McCauley, crucially, not getting the finish on that wave as we pick up live vision for her. And she'll know that was a missed opportunity. That combo's been bread and butter for her throughout the rounds here. Doesn't get a completion on the inside. You see on your screen, though, already wasting no time getting a number in. The 6.33 in for her. As we'll check out the respective ranks of these 2. So Vahine coming in 14th, pretty decent. Of course, you want to get in the top 5. If you're going to do that, you do need to make finals. So this will be a massive keeper result. However, the next 31 minutes play out in this one. At the moment, that lead is with Bronte McCauley. Let's get caught up right from the get-go. Dropping a 6 here, Mike.
Yeah, this is an opening ride, and what a ride to open with, to open your account in the final here. 2 big hits. The second one, reminiscent of the closeout turn she had in the semi-final. Not quite as big a wave, but a solid start there for Bronte.
Tash, what's impressed you about the run of Bronte McCauley through to the final here?
Oh, just a consistency, really, you know. Not always finding many waves, really kind of being very selective, and I just enjoy her out in Ballito here. So this is the 4-point ride. A little bit late on the takeoff there, but that tight, critical pocket turn is what is a keeper for her, and unfortunately unable to ride out. But I enjoy her surfing. I think she's just solid, consistent, and methodical, really, through all her waves.
Yeah, we talk about rhythm a lot, don't we, Mike? She certainly had that in the semi as well. Sometimes when the ocean does seem to just be kind of going with you as a surfer, whether you're competing or you just kind of got to go with the flow, and it really feels like that's what Bronte's doing here.
Yeah, in the final now, it's coming down to wave choice. In terms of nerves and anxiety, the semi-finals are the most difficult to manage that in terms of psychology. But now in the finals, you're in the final, you've got one person to beat, nothing to lose, and you've got to go for it. Importantly, though, here, looking at the conditions today, it's the set waves that are going to win the day, and the set waves are not that consistent, so very important to position yourself in that lineup, Paul, in order to get those sets when they do come through.
Yeah, the other point, of course, just comparing this pair, Tash, Bronte's already got it done. She's qualified for the championship tour. She's competed at that level. On the other side of that, Vane Fierro, less experience at that level, never got qualification done. We saw the wildcard appearance, went to the semis in Tahiti last year on the championship tour. She also surfed the Roxy Pro France back in 2018, long time ago. But just in terms of that pathway and sort of having the goal right down the start of the season, qualify, underline it a couple of times in red pen, Bronte's already done that.
Yeah, but you know, Bronte's done that, so maybe a little bit more pressure for her as well. I think with Vaheen, you know, she's able to keep her focus, and despite not having all that experience like Bronte, she still has a very clear game plan. She knows what she needs to do, and she set that goal, and I look forward to seeing her qualify.
Yeah, she's also had a really solid career so far. First appeared back in the Junior Pro Junior Series in Europe, surfing around the beach break venues. We've seen clips of her free surfing at Teahupo'o. We saw her in Vision from the event last year as a wild card. She's such a good all-round surfer. We mentioned the fact she's got the qualification as well for France, taking that first spot for the women. And that'll be really exciting to see how that goes down. But that championship tour has just been something that's real hard to get to by virtue of the fact it's 5 spots up for grabs. There's Bronte McCauley's position, 25th right now. Well, that'll change, and we'll update those ratings. Bronte McCauley, and she's got a great shot at going right up into the pointy end of proceedings here. Plenty of time left in this one. She's got a lead in it already. She'd love to go all the way for a win, but the very picture of poise, just preparing for this. I saw her between the semi and the final up in the surfers area there, just getting out of the sun, having a little bit of drink of water, making sure her prep's all dialed in. But she's basically just keeping an eye on the sets and an eye on the ocean. Meanwhile, further up the ratings, Vane Fierro going all right in 14th, just kind of lurking there. This is a huge result for her.
Yeah, Vaheen, her best result of the year so far is that 5th place on the Gold Coast, and that got her that 6.445, and she's up there within striking distance. And I would imagine that the result today with a minimum 2nd place is we're going to see her move up the rankings there. By contrast, Bronte hasn't really got going in the Challenger Series. She's got a 17th and a 25th, and it's great to see her find her rhythm here. She has won an event this year. It was the QS Speaking in Color Pro, so she knows what it says to win. And Bronte up and riding.
Swinging across a midsection of the wave. There's the combo that she's been able to do all week. We talked about the transitions, how quick she is between maneuvers and getting the finish done there as well. So the busier of the pair thus far. Plenty of time left to go in this. Plenty of time for Vane Fierro to have a legit effort in this. Nothing on the board of any note thus far, and with priority, she'll wait and continue to be patient. A score will come in for Bronte McCauley. And there's the squad from Australia. They'll be cheering on Bronte, a real popular competitor, and a lot of goodwill coming her way from Australia. She's up against a real tough up-and-coming surfer from France via French Polynesia. Let's get another look here at Bronte's last effort.
Yeah, just so nice and coiled and compact, deep bottom turns, and just pivots really well. 2-turn combo, that's what she's getting. So has replaced the 4 with a 5, and she seems in rhythm. 2 different game plans going on here. Vaheen sitting patiently, waiting, where we see Bronte keeping really busy. And I do think that with minimal sets coming through, just wanting to put some scores on the board and really create distance.
Yeah, a bit of a building job here from Bronte. And she's got pretty decent number on the board, really. 11.33 out of 20 thus far, with basically what you would call in between waves. She had the one incomplete turn for what's now her throwaway score, her second wave, the 4. Other than that, she's really just surfing it as she sees it. Opportunities come through, she's taking them. That's exactly what Fierro does here. A cupped out entry off the bottom, slices a first turn, then has a couple of pumps into a lip, and gives it a good crack of the whip. Make sure she'll get that complete as well. So arriving a touch earlier than some of those last gasp heroics into the lip, but getting some nice whip off the heels, throwing up plenty of spray. Where's this one going to go with the panel?
Paul, for me, you know, today the waves are all very similar. They're of a very similar size, and in this heat we got the Honor backhand there. The differentiation is going to come in the technical nature of that last turn for me. So a great top turn, goes up, throws a bit of spray. Now into this next section, she gets the board right up there at the lip. And we're seeing a lot of those two-turn combos today. And what's differentiating them is how high is the surfer going at the lip at the end there? Are they rotating the board? Are they flaring it out? And that is what the judges are looking for, those small little increments of difference, the technicalities, the little bit of flair on each of those turns.
Absolutely delightfully smooth on the surface of the water here. Glassy conditions at Ballito. Bit of a bomb for Macaulay. And she's in from a high line. This one just drains out. Big bottom turn, raking hit on the backhand into another bottom turn. A great turn again. And she got fired out of the lip there and didn't have the legs to hang on. And she was on her way to a big number there. Won't get a score for that last turn. Will get scored for the work done previous to that. But unfortunately, from her point of view, unable to stick the landing. You got to feel, Tash, that was a big number coming away if she rode out of that.
Oh, wow, that was going to be a big number, and you could see she kind of hung underwater a little bit longer. But look how nice and rounded it is. Deep bottom turn, much more power off the top than we saw compared to Vaheen's first turn, and that was going to be the money for sure. So unfortunately going down there.
She's already shown us so far this morning in the semi she can stick the heaviest of end sections, but not that time. Doesn't get the landing done. And a score in for Fierro, 5-6 for her. So in those mid-range numbers that we kind of suspecting that kind of surfing might be rewarded with. And a throwaway will drop in for Bronte. Priority will remain with Vaheen Fierro. And now that requirement for her, it's pretty gettable. 5-7-4. That's what we're looking at here. It does feel after a couple of lully heats in terms of the early stuff we had this morning. Few more opportunities coming now. Still some solid ones out there. Plenty of energy from that second semi-final of the men, really firing up the crowd here. And I can't wait to watch how this remaining 22 remaining minutes of this heat unfold. In the meantime, let's go in here for the man of the moment. He's made himself into the second final in a row on the Challengers. Cole Hauschman is with Gigs.
Cole, that must have felt good.
Yeah, it felt really good. I super happy with that performance for sure, so stoked.
Momentum from Sydney now, big chunky conditions then, still usable, there's power out there, you're finding it, and well, you're gaining fans by the heat.
Yeah, no, that felt really good. That heat, it was super slow heat, but I lucked into 2 waves with priority, and yeah, I couldn't have wished it any other way. So riding off the momentum of Sydney and one more heat to go, so I'm going to hopefully go all the way.
Keep it going.
Thanks, Gigs. Cole Hauschman, very good value for the final. Hard to really argue the fact that he's been the best surfer in this competition so far. There's not loads of debate about that. Even getting away from the numbers, just the way he's hitting it, the confidence that he's got, the physical strength as well, which, I mean, that's a talking point as well. I mean, hey, Gigs is quite a solid human.
Yeah.
And Cole Hauschman's towering over him.
Yeah, Cole is 6'3", 91 kilograms, and full of talent, you know, and he's just, for me, he stood out. I know for the beach as well, he's made all his heats really exciting and just consistently getting into those excellent scores. So, you know, if he can back it up and take another win, it just showcases the Challenger Series and how strong the field is, but also his talent that comes through.
Yeah, the big, powerful, goofy foot. And you think of some venues on tour and what he might be able to do if and when he were able to get the championship tour. Meanwhile, let's check out live action. Macaulay, great looking wave from her. Nice spark. And that time, she'll stick the finish. So Bronte with those combos that we talked about. Vane Fierro with priority. Decides not to use it. Macaulay will say, you know what, I'm sitting on a 5. Let's get to work on that. Let's see where it puts her. She'll keep surfing here. Similar kind of energy to a semi-final where she spent quite a lot of the heat without priority. When she had it, she didn't take long to make decisions. Let's get a look at this wave here, Mike.
So for me, it was a very similar looking wave to Vaheen's last wave, but Bronte surfing it a little bit more in the critical section. Can you see how that wave curls over on the end there? And on her first turn as well, she was surfing right up in the pocket. Very clean looking wave and hooking it right in the critical section. Compared to the 2-turn combo of Vaheen's, I felt like Bronte was really surfing right up there in the critical section.
Yeah, it was a real runner, wasn't it? Just draining off the sandbar. Not only does she improve on a high number, she improves on it by a point or so. 7-5 in for her. So turning the screw here towards 19 minutes to go. And just adding on pressure and points. Let's get another look at this, Tash.
Yeah, well, you can see leans straight into that hand in the wall, and there is the money. And then able to get, like you said, Mike, under the lip, pivots critically on top of it there and lands nice and comfortably. It's that compression again. She knew she needed to ride out of it.
I feel like Bronte is establishing an early bit of pressure. Not really early, we're almost halfway through the heat, but she certainly is applying pressure now on Vahine. She's 29 years old, Vaheen's 24. She's got kind of 5 years more experience at this kind of level. And you'd have to feel that at this point of the heat, that weight of pressure is now on our surfer in red shoulders. With Bronte in the lead, she doesn't have priority at the moment, but Vahine looking for a score in the excellent range at this point of the heat.
Yeah, and it feels a bit inevitable to say it, Tash, but I mean, we kind of have to make note of the fact Vahine Fierro had priority then. Yeah. And Bronte paddling back under priority, sees an opportunity and gets a 7-5 on it. If Vahine wanted that wave, that was hers. Decides not to go it. Could that be a costly error?
Yeah, well, I don't want to know what might be going through the mind of Vahine right now. You know, you can't spend too much time thinking about it. It's gone now. The opportunity was missed. She now needs to sit and wait for that big set wave, and she's going to have to perform and make sure that she completes her ride.
I saw, was watching both of these competitors preparing for the heat. Quite different approaches. Bronte hung by herself almost entirely before this heat for about 45 minutes. She did a lot of stretching. I actually noticed she was writing some notes on the back of her hand in a koki, and it was perhaps her heat strategy or a motivation or something. I couldn't quite see what she was writing. By contrast, Vahine was getting some input from some coaches, and being so in sort of with the locals, there was a little bit more distraction for Vahine. There was a lot of high fives, go, good luck. Bronte, by comparison, had a very calm preparation.
Back down to business here, again under the priority of the French surfer. Nice whipping turn for her. Got a bit weird for her on the end. Tried to squeeze in another one, wasn't really on. That'll be a throwaway number for her. She's got good numbers. Her total 13.83. Don't see that last wave threatening her top two, but the scoreboard pressure just piling really on Fierro. All the while the clock drains away. It'll feel like something of a steeper requirement at the moment. French surfer looking for a couple of 7s to come back at Bronte Macaulay, or in a single wave, an 8.23. Here's another look, just trying to squeeze in 2 turns here, Tash.
Yeah, smaller wave, ran along that sandbar really quickly. You could see from the takeoff. You know, with the first turn it looked good, but that second section came at her really quickly and unfortunately falling off. But I don't think it would have offered the potential for even the 6.33 to be replaced just because of being a smaller wave.
If you could kind of design your ideal heat, particularly at a final at this level of Challenger Series, just getting yourself up a decent cushion of a lead, and then even when under priority, just able to kind of chip away and see if you can find scores. Take surfing. 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this. It's the Western Australian at the moment. Bronte Macaulay doing most of the work in this one. She's in the lead right now. It's the final for the women in Ballito. We'll wrap up the final. Men's final coming soon, right after the break. Crunch time in Ballito, women's final in the water right now. We're looking at Bronte McCauley with a bit of a lead over Vahine Fierro at the moment. Priority remains with the surfer in red, representing France by France Polynesia. Vahine Fierro with a bit to do here. She's chasing down an excellent score to the tune of 8.23. We've seen her get those kind of numbers in her quarter final yesterday. She dropped to mid-8 with some skillful backhand surfing. She's going to need to draw on that. This guy, Fred Moraes, he's got heat on his hand. He's coming in here doing okay. Got a result in Sydney. Didn't go so well on the Gold Coast. Right now he's coming up against what seems like something of an unstoppable force in Cole Hausman, but I don't think Fred will be by any way intimidated by that. He's taken on the very best in the world at the very highest level. That looks like setting up to be a real solid final. Thoughts so far in this one, though, seeing Bronte McCauley, the way she's been able to do this, Tash, it feels like even despite a couple of falls from her, you mentioned the consistency at the beginning of this final, and that's exactly what she's shown us here, and just building up that score as well, taking opportunities, making them count.
Yeah, and also just keeping busy, hunting, looking for opportunity, and really for me in rhythm with the ocean. And, you know, like Mike was saying, she took 45 minutes by herself getting into the zone. Personally, as a competitor, I definitely feel it's a lot stronger when I'm in the zone by myself, not getting distracted. However, some other people are totally different and don't want to get stuck in their head. Bronte, though, showcasing that she is in rhythm with the ocean out here in Ballito. She's connected and getting better and better with her score. Started with a 6.33 and now backed it up with a 7.5.
Yeah, and speaking of that momentum, you know, we always talk, Mike, about starting off the heat strong. Got the 6.33 in her very first wave, and just as soon as she basically rides out the turns, even before the score comes in, but then when you hear the score for your first wave, and you probably be thinking, she knows what a good average score is, and you're already thinking, that's a pretty good way to kick things off, and she's so far not looked back from there.
No, not at all. And it's important to go into a heat of this nature, especially a final, with a clear mind and a plan of what you're going to do out there. And Bronte, after dropping that first score, she would have already been able to tick off her checklist in terms of her plan for the heat. Right, first we have done, I'm comfortable, the pressure's now on Vahine. And she's actually managed to maintain that pressure right through for the last 25 minutes on Vahine. But Vahine in the heat yesterday, in the quarterfinals, she was under similar kind of pressure towards the end of the heat. And then she got that 3-turn combo. We heard the beach erupt, and she's certainly capable of absorbing the pressure that Bronte's putting on her right now.
Yeah, she's going to need to find herself a wave here. Under 11.5 to go in this. She had priority. She watched Bronte McCauley spin and go around about 7 or 8 minutes ago and tag one for a 7.5, a costly error in terms of the scoreboard thus far for Fierro. And as you mentioned, Tash, she's got to not think about that. That's gone now. And she just needs to look towards that excellent number that she needs, or to post a couple of 7s to get the score. And that's Surfers Lane, the Peanut Gallery, checking it all out. Local spot.
Local spot.
Yeah, so that is that's where you park and you have a look at the waves if you arrive at Ballito, and it's the local sort of hangout. That's where what we call all the heavy guys, the heavios, hang out. So lovely to see the beach. The beach is the most packed we've actually seen it the entire 13-day festival, and they estimate between 5,000 and 8,000 people on the beach today for these finals.
Yeah, it's actually a mad statistic. You mentioned a 13-day festival, including the juniors that ran before this. We've run every day throughout. It's been waves every day, and I can't think many surf contests that I've been to with this many days of not just competition, but real quality waves on offer as well. It's been incredible at Ballito this year.
Yeah,
Tash.
I mean, this is our worst day of waves, really, and it's because there's just not so many waves coming through the lineup. We've got incredible conditions, and yeah, it's been a wave machine. Very fortunate. I think along the coastline of South Africa this year, we've had good waves, a good winter. Looking forward to what's still to come within the region, but you know, it's from sunrise to sunset. There's been waves. We get that onshore wind that sometimes blows, but still very contestable. And while you were chatting, Paul, I was wondering, like, how is Vahine going to find that 8.23 when we look at the 7.5 and compare it? Because it's getting lower, the tide, so even faster along the sandbank, possibly less opportunity for wall, a wave face, to actually get that third turn combo in.
Cole Hausman sat with a very similar kind of problem yesterday, and or was it Cade Matson? It was one of the two, and it was Cole, because I interviewed him, and he sat there with such steely reserve. And I said to him in the interview, how did you manage to keep your composure with 7 minutes to go? You just hung on to that priority, and they almost will a wave to themselves. They've got such positive sort of mindset and focus out there. They're going, come on, wave, come to me. They've got the belief that they can win. And he said, hey, the wave came. He had 2 minutes to go, and he managed to get the score, and he got through. So it does come down to being able to manage that anxiety of your own and nerves out there, having to sit for so long with that priority. So Vaheen's been about 10 minutes now.
Yeah, I think that confidence situation for Cole, I mean, he hasn't lost a heat for a while. If you think went all the way in Sydney for the win in the last event on the Challenger Series, and over here he's gone from strength to strength. And we have talked earlier through the rounds about some of those highlight reel stuff, some surfers dropping big numbers early on. Hausmann dropping a ridiculous total in the semi-final. I mean, Duru was back on the beach, giving his leash away and doing autographs with 2 on the clock. Let's get reminded on what's happened so far in this. 8 on the clock in this. The 6.33 from the get-go. Tash solid surfing from the Western Australian.
Yeah, and in the first minute of this final, my apologies, but 2 strong turns. I just enjoy that compression and then extension through the lip. Really good surfing, quality, consistent surfing from Bronte McCauley.
It was a 2-turn combo on both waves, so 2 backhand turns got her the scores. But the second one, the wave a little bit cleaner, both maneuvers ridden out super clean, and a slightly better wave choice for that second one of Bronte McCauley.
Yeah, just to sort of revisit that point of how's Fiera going to get this done. I mean, it's going to have to be the 2-turn combo. Tash, she needs a bomb. She's sat there a while now. We mentioned she let that what turned out to be a 7.5 go. She needs a set wave, and she needs to go pretty hard on it. We know she can do that, but as the time ticks away, even some of those decisions you have to make in terms of choosing the right wave, but also your on-wave decisions, they're going to be possibly a little bit harder with the pressure of the clock against her.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I spoke to Vaheen after her heat this morning, and she sat for 20 minutes waiting. And
let's check out the work that she was able to do in this. She got herself a 5.6 early on in the heat, and that put herself very much in the conversation in those mid-range numbers. Let's have a look at it.
It's a slightly smaller wave than what Bronte's got, and comes off the top there with a bit of flare. But for me, that wave had 2 distinct sections to it, and she almost had to do a little bit of work to transition into that second section, so it wasn't connected as smoothly between the 2 turns.
Yeah, you probably have to say she did quite well to get that score on that wave. It was a softer one, bit of a face turn to open up, and then she had that little bit of downtime. She had to build up speed again, did well to get the 5.6. At that stage, you're thinking, right on, she's back in this. That's the last time she paddled into a wave in this final here on the Challenger Series at the Ballito Pro. And with 6 on the clock, she'll be scanning that horizon thinking, yeah, it's nice to look out over a blue Indian Ocean, but what she really wants to see is some lines coming through, and not a lot so far. Maybe a little bit of movement here. If you just think of how long it's been between sets, we are due something, just using those numbers in terms of that period between the sets here. She'll need to get going. If she can get in a rotation and get a couple of waves, 2 7s will take her past McCauley's score. That, of course, assumes Bronte doesn't improve herself. Otherwise, an 8.23, and we will get to a stage relatively soon where you start to think it's probably going to be one wave that does it. It's real crucial. 5 minutes here. A win is a massive statement performance on the Challengers. A final's a good result. Come away with second. It's definitely a keeper, but you get that close, and she would love to go for a big career win here in Ballito, South Africa. We've all been enjoying our time. There's only one way really to enjoy it that bit more than everyone else, to get a win here, get that trophy, and just memories you will keep forever. But right now it's Bronte McCauley in the driving seat in this, and we're inside that 5-minute mark now. Vaheen Fiera, Tash, what's she thinking?
Well, wishing for a wave to come, knowing that she needs a wave, but also just really keeping the belief in herself, knowing that she can do it. And 8.23 is not impossible, but she's going to have the canvas, a really good canvas, to be able to get that score.
I feel like with 5 minutes to go, there's still opportunity to get two mid-size waves here to build a score. So that 8-2-3, looking at the total, a 13-8-3 of Bronte, Vaheen could do it with a 7-5 and a 6-5 possibly. She'd need to get two kind of mid-range size waves in order to do that, right? But when it gets down to sort of the 2.5 minute mark, you're really getting into that time frame where it's becoming impossible to get two waves, and then you're just going to have to really bank on one excellent score. And looking at her positioning, the way she surfed this heat, I think that she's gone into this heat going, I'm going to catch two sets. I'm not going to hustle around and worry about those little ones. You know, she saw Cole Hauschman on those big ones. Frederica Mariah was on those big ones. And I think she's going to need to, well, she's playing to her strategy, but I think the ocean is not allowing that strategy really to unfold like she wanted it to.
An extended lull in the back portion of this final sees Bronte McCauley sitting on a pretty healthy lead. It's a solid one. She's got quite a bit of margin between her and the French surfer Vaheen Fierro right now, looking for 8-2-3 still. That requirement would have been relayed to her by our beach announcers for an extended period of time here. And nervous, tense moments, these inside 3 minutes here. Let's see if we get some waves. We just want to see a bit more surfing in this one. Just two waves from Vaheen, and one of those was just a quick in and out early on. So we really hope we get some sets come through. Of course, we're dealing with the ocean and the various vagaries of it. We're at a great stage of the tide. Conditions are looking good. Just a little bit of a hole in the swell. Let's look forward to men's final coming up soon. And we'll see the veteran Frederico Moraes out of Cascais, Portugal. Had several laps done on the championship tour. His last season was back last year. Went pretty well on that. Let's see how he goes towards getting back there in 2024. He's got a tough heat on his hands, though.
He does. He actually creased his board in that previous heat just in front of the fins, and he's had to change boards for the final. I had a look at those boards a little bit earlier. I can give you a bit of feedback when we do go into the men's. But wow, look at this. Ooh, there could be something coming through here, Paul.
A bomb for Fierro. Look at this thing. Just a dreamy takeoff bowl on the heels for her on the bottom turn. It's a setup for a first turn. Couldn't do much damage. This one runs away. What she got here needs a strong finish. Oh. And looking down the line, didn't massively commit physically to that turn. Almost kind of flicked it a bit. Meanwhile, here goes your heat leader off the bottom hard. Great hit for McCauley again. Into the lip. Just pushing on the back foot in a steep section. And Vaheen Fierro with an absolute bomb. She had an eternity to think about that. And if ever a wave was offering an excellent score, Tash, you feel like there were numbers there available for Vahine.
Oh, yeah, there were. You know, for me, I felt from the start she was a little bit off. She was a little bit late on that takeoff, then hit a little wobble, wasn't looking strong on her feet, had to race down the line, almost like questioning, should I go hit now or should I do a turn later? We're watching it. You see, a little bit of a rumble on the takeoff, kind of put her off, needed to get that check turn in. And now looking for the section, and also just slightly off, unfortunately. So maybe just sitting for too long. It's really sad to see. You know, that was the opportunity missed, unfortunately.
That turn on Bronte's wave, I think, was better than that massive smash that she had in the semi-final she rode out of.
Huge number in for Bronte McCauley. She's not only won this event, she's won it in fine style. It's a combo on Vahine Fierro. It's a massive 8-1-7 for Bronte McCauley, and what a performance from her.
Yeah.
She has absolutely ripped this final apart and just got better and better, pushing her scores up. And really impressive to see her attacking that inside section. It's entertaining. It's right in front of our crowd down here on the beach, and she's been really good value for the win. A massive 10,000 points on the Challenger Series. Heads to Bronte McCauley in Western Australia. 20,000 US as well. That'll come in handy. Not bad for a week surfing in South Africa. But your champion at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Well done, Bronte McCauley. And she's been really good value for this win, Tash.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. It's been so great to watch her throughout the week, and to claim this final with 8-1-7 in the last minute, that really is the cherry on top.
Incredible. that Bronte Macaulay going through the rounds here, and without getting loads on the board in terms of points in Australia, has just shone throughout with big performances. A win's always huge, however you get it done, Mike. Just been able to do it going into the excellent range, turning the screw at the end of the heat, and she's looked really throughout the rounds here, the way she's surfing on the backhand, the speed that she's got between the maneuvers, she's looked very much like she should be putting her name up with the very elite on the championship tour.
Absolutely. She's got a radical power game. We saw in Margaret River earlier this year, and she's brought that power to Ballito, capitalized on set waves, and she stamped her authority on that heat with those 2 backhand turns. That last one that she underlined the win with was a massive turn.
Yeah, brilliant performance from her. Really, really impressive. And the way she's just taken it, feels like she's taken this whole event in her stride. We've seen her interviewed throughout, and never really looks like she's buying too much into points chat or situations where she is in terms of the championship tour. She's basically just enjoying her time there. She'll be enjoying it a lot more right now, and South Africa will remain a very special place for the Western Australian Bronte Macaulay, who will get chaired up the beach here by the Aussies. And what a way to take this thing out and to smash out an excellent number as well on your very last ride inside the last minute. A little opportunity for Vahine Fierro and Bronte. Whatever Vahine did on that wave, even if she had got a big number that she needed, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because Bronte was leaving nothing to chance and getting that 8 in. The fans will meet a very freshly minted champion right here. But those 10,000 points, thinking in the context of the season, they're going to be huge for Bronte.
Yeah, they're very important, and 10,000 points goes a long way, and I think that, you know, it just boosts her confidence as well for the future. They've enjoyed their time in Ballito. The crowds are loving it. People are really friendly. So, yeah, it's a good thing all round for Bronte, and there she is, getting chaired up the beach. So stoked.
Bronte Macaulay, ladies and gents, she is your champ at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2023. Third stop of 6 on the Challenger Series, and your champion will be chaired up the beach here and just soak all of this in. We'll hear from her soon, but she'll be absolutely delighted to get a win here at a crucial stage in the season, and massive points going her way towards getting back in that top 5. Just the 5 positions available for the women to qualify from the Challenger Series. In order to do that, you do have to go deep into finals day, and a win, it doesn't get any better than that for Bronte Macaulay, who's looked really good value. And you got to say, the way she's been able to surf heats, she's never really looked particularly rattled. It always helps when you start off strong. I mean, obviously getting the 6 early on, but just the way she pushed her scores up, this is one of the things that impressed me. And even with a couple of quick falls for her, she just went up into the 6s, 7s, then up into the 8s. Just relentless surfing from her at a really high level against a surfer who, I mean, she's not an easy opponent, Vahine Fierro. She's looked brilliant throughout this. We've seen her drop excellent numbers, but Bronte Macaulay really just showing no mercy at all. And great value for the win here. We'll get her thoughts shortly, but it will be a really important moment in her season. And you think about coming out of South Africa at that midway point and kind of feeling where you are before heading over to the US Open at Huntington Beach. Well, tell you what, let's go and hear from Bronte Macaulay, your event champion.
Bronte Macaulay, the champion of the Ballito Pro. Let's talk it.
Yeah, I was so stoked. Yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, obviously came into this event with like 0 points, and yeah, kind of unsure about the year, and yeah, to win it, it feels amazing.
Ballito treating you kindly. We saw some amazing backhand surfing from Cole Hauschman prior to your final, feeding off that backhand momentum. We loved what you did out there.
Yeah, I mean, the guys have been going crazy on the backhands. Jacob Wilcox, Joanne DeRue, and Cole Hushman, and everyone else. So, yeah, really inspired watching them, and yeah, stoked just to get the win.
Well, this is steering you back to CT level, where I'm sure you're still focused on. But for the board riders at home, let's get some words.
Yeah, just hi to everyone back home. My family, they're actually camping in Nauru, so I think they're having a reception, so they probably don't even know what's happening. But hi to the family, to my boyfriend Will, and just all my friends for all the support. Really appreciate it.
And credit to the younger surfers as well. Ryan Ferro putting up the new talent coming through. You're sort of that next generation, you know, not with Sally Fitzgibbons and such. What are you guys thinking of the new push?
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, Vahine's a teammate too, so yeah, she was surfing great, and all the young girls are coming up, and I'm like my late 20s, so now I'm like a full veteran apparently. But yeah, no, it's been amazing. I think women's surfing's in a really good place right now.
The experience shining through for the win.
Thanks, Giggs. Brilliant performance from Bronte Macaulay. We're going to go to a commercial break here. Just one heat left to come. It's the men's final. Tune in for it live from Ballito right after this.
Campeão.
Campiona.
Champion.
Campion.
Juara.
Champion.
Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps it. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome back to Ballito, where the men's final takes to the water. We cannot wait to see this clash go down. Two major spray chuckers, a couple of heavyweights and power surfers out on the water. In the studio, talk you through it. Myself, Paul Evans, Kyle Linda, Mike Crew. We're just rubbing our hands together here, right? We cannot wait to see these two hammer these waves at Ballito.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic final. I think, obviously, I think the major momentum is with Cole Hausman. That semi-final performance was just unbelievable. And I think also just seeing in the ladies' final how good this bank is towards the goofy footers.
Yeah, we'll see Federica Moraes take on Cole Hausman. So both of these two going good on the challenges coming into this. Fred in 10th, Hausman going real well off the back of that win, coming in here third. Mike, what's Fred got to do to get past what seems like something of an unstoppable force in the form of Cole?
Well, looking at these two on paper for me, these are two titans of high-performance power surfing. I think Frederica Moraes, the one edge that Cole maybe has over Frederica is the air game.
Here goes Kick-Ass in live action. Big first turn for him. Big power hit and straight into a couple of pumps off the bottom and then throws the tail on a section. Went into that kind of late and doesn't get a completion there. It's relatively uncharacteristic him. Usually he's eating those sections up. He's real good landing out of those exploding lips there, but it'll be an incompletion on that opening wave for him. First turn was good, just a couple of small throwaways in for Cole. 35 minutes for these two. We've lost 2.5 of that already, and something of a missed opportunity for Fred there to put a bit of pressure on the young American.
Yeah, normally he's Mr. Stable, and I think just understanding the pressure of what he's up against, really trying to push the limits on that second turn, blasting the tail out the back and just unable to pull it in. Having, saying you know, Kikas is not normally known for the air game, but in the semis went for a massive frontside grab punt. So I think he's understanding that if he wants to compete up against these guys, he's got to push his limits. You see him taking off on this one, lovely little hack into the lip there, and then coming around watching the section and really chucking the fins, but just losing the back foot.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he did a pretty big air reverse here. And last year in the
Yeah.
semis, it was against Leo, right? And Leo went mad and got a 9 or something for a big alley-oop. Am I tripping?
No, that's right. So Freddie does pull them when he needs to. That was one of the biggest heats of the year last year, definitely. And unfortunately for Fred, just came a little short against Leo. But he's gone the hard yards this year. He's in the final. And once again, he's finding a big task. But make no mistake, Frederico is up to that task. He knows what he's doing.
Checking out our leaderboard here, you see Cole's name, 3rd position already coming into this, so real good chance of leaving here in 1st place. Let's see how that works out. Of course, it depends essentially what happens in this final right now, but Cole will be feeling really, really good about the way his season's going, and we've seen glimpses of what he's able to do. Complete package really with the power and the flair. Tell you what, it's got some great looking boards as well, Mike, and that equipment is looking so sharp for him. And we talk about this bigger surface generally with a bit more foam. It's finding that fine balance where you want enough foam to be functional, but you've got to stay with the lighter surface in terms of the speed and maneuverability, and his equipment looks absolute fire.
Yes, both of these guys are big people. They're really tall and thick set. Cole Hashman maybe a little bit on the bigger side in terms of muscle mass compared to Frederico. Frederico is riding a 511 JS out there, and in his semi-final he actually creased his preferred board with the board that he rode in the semi-final. It creased just before the front of the fins, and so he's selected a second board that he's taken out now for the final. I also saw in the rack he had a 6.0 JS out there. And then looking at Cole Hashman, he's riding a Mayhem. It's quite a chunky board, but super high performance, and that thing is looking absolutely magic under his feet.
Inside the 30-minute mark in this final as yet, no one really landing a significant blow. A small 3 in for Fred. Fell on that last section. That's why we saw slightly nervous or maybe even mildly angry looking Richard Marsh as he watched on there with Thiago Carrique and some of the rest of the Euro squad. But Dog will realise can't make too many mistakes in the final up against someone who's just coming with so much momentum in the form of Cole Hashman. And we touched on it earlier. We actually mentioned just in that last women's final there the fact that when he was needing a score, and he was asked a different question in the quarterfinals, right? He needed a number and able just to sit there without really doing any surfing at all in a heat. He waited 12, 13 minutes without even really getting from sitting on his board, and then smashed out an 8. And there's various ways he can do this, and it does feel like it's already looking like his year.
Yeah, I mean, if he takes the win here, he can pretty much take the rest of the Challenger off and go take a year of free surfing and get ready for the CT, because he's going to be on 20-odd thousand. And I mean, looking at where the guys were qualifying last year at like 17, 18,000, his money, he's on the championship tour.
That was also keeping 5 events as well, right? Last year,
Yeah.
It's 4 events this year. So if you just kind of average out roughly, I mean, we're sort of in the realm of guessing game here. This is by no means anything official, but you can average in the 3,000 per event for your 4, so 12, 13, something like that as a cutoff, maybe something around that sort of number. Well, he's already going really well. He's got that so far, and he'll be getting loads more points from this final. Will it be the win or the runners-up position? We'll know in 28 minutes' time. At the moment, he's having to be patient, essentially, and he's just sitting there. He's got priority. He knows exactly what he wants to do in terms of his surfing and his wave. Loads of swings at this so far throughout this event in terms of chances to understand exactly how this wave works at Ballito. But right now, he'll just have to be super patient and sit out some of these lulls, which I think the surfers already will be well aware in this sort of pattern. Something you pick up quite early when you get into surfing is reading the ocean and checking out how often the sets are coming through. We do have some of these extended lulls right now, and it's the patient game being played by surfers in the water. It's Saturday morning here in Ballito. Big crowd on the beach. It's winter time here apparently.
It doesn't look like it, does it? And I was out in the water early this morning. Crystal blue water. You can just see dolphins cruising past, beautiful sunrise. The water's sitting at about 23 degrees, and it's just heaven on earth, really. You can't believe it's the middle of winter. Good times in the Kwatakuza province. And I've got to say as well, I just had to pick up that men's trophy for the Ballito Pro and pass it over to the team going to the fundraiser. It's a good thing these two men are units, because one of them is going to have to lift that thing above his head.
Who is going to hold the men's trophy aloft? We already know Bronte McCauley will be lifting the women's trophy here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. A brilliant performance from her. Got her the win. And now just one order of business left, really. And that is to decide which of these two is going to be the champion. Out of Europe from Portugal, Frederico Moraes, a bit more experience under his belt already. Tasted championship tour. Done pretty well on that tour as well. He's made finals. He's competed well. We know about his power, his rail game, all that sort of stuff. And up against a really rapidly rising young American out of San Clemente, and the former Cole Hauschman, who is a big unit, as we've mentioned. He's got loads of power, displaces tons of water. And we think about surfers certainly when they get into the upper echelons of the challenges, and you can't help but sort of think how they might go on the championship tour. We've already seen efforts from him as a wildcard, but as a full-time participant, I tell you what, he'd fancy some of those venues on the CT.
Absolutely. We saw Cole Hauschman as a wild card at the Surf Ranch Pro earlier this year, and he's up against what you could consider a bit of a veteran on the tour. There's a 10-year age gap between these two, and I was thinking about it just now. The entire event, we've been talking about these youngsters coming out of the juniors, rocketing their way out the juniors into the Challenger Series. So that's where Cole Hauschman is. He had a stellar junior career, and he's looking at his stats here. He's 22 years old, so it's only his first couple years at this level. Frederico Moraes has done full years on the World Championship Tour already. He's had a lot of experience at this level, so it very much is the youngster up against the very experienced power surfer of Frederico Moraes.
No significant scores as yet in this final. We lost 10 minutes of it. And these two are statuesque, really, on the peak hit. As they look to the right of your shot, that's where you kind of see the energy coming. Not necessarily the exact same sets are going to hit this, but a little indicator energy moving up the coast here. And then these waves wrap around a set of rocks and funnel into this peak. And that is the beach next door, which, if I'm correct, is known as Bathers. That's fairly self-explanatory.
Yeah, there you go, flocking in the lovely winter sun here in Ballito. And it's funny, you know, we look at this heat, and you speak about Frederico being the experienced one, the one with championship tour experience, but on the back of performances in this event, he almost feels like the underdog in this final. He's really up against a big task here, because if you look at highest wave scores, heat performances, it's actually Cole that's really been the performer in this event.
Yeah, that's a really great point, actually. Really interesting point. And I can tell you, Frederico, you know, we sort of glean glimpses of what we think he's like from his post-heat interviews, mainly when he's just won a heat and he's all happy, relaxed and nice, but he is an intensely competitive individual. And I think people at his stage and his status in their career, the charge of the next generation coming up, essentially playing the role that they did pretty recently, that's given him fire, and he will really, really want to get this win and just have something to say and maybe put some of the youngsters back in their box a little bit. And that's great to see, and I love this competitive intensity. Fred doesn't need much of an excuse to build up those competitive rivalries in his own mind, and that is what brings out the best in him.
Absolutely. He would be desperate to get on a plane on Monday and head down to J-Bay. His best results on the WCT was a second to Felipe Toledo a couple of years ago at J-Bay. He absolutely loves that wave, and he's frothing to get back on. And what this is going to do is give him a better opportunity. He's one step closer to that qualification.
All right, here goes Fred Moraes here, under priority Cole Hauschman. Opens up with a rail turn, just swinging that one, and then throws in that air reverse that we talked about. And will he stick that?
He was petting the cat a little bit there, and he went down. I don't think the judges are going to give him. It was so close, but showing intent. Like, if we look at the heat so far, 22 minutes to go. Cole's only got a 0.5 and a 0.63. That's the worst start in a heat all event for him. And Freddie's got those 333s. He's just put in the 277. But if he had landed the air reverse there, he would have been putting a lot of pressure on the younger surfer.
I said earlier that that Cole has the air game, and here's Federico actually going for it. So pulling out a trick that we saw him do at Ballito last year with a lot of success, going into the air and the rotation, and not really riding it out clean. That's very similar to what he did in his heat against Leonardo Fioravanti in the quarterfinals. That one just had a little bit more amplitude. But you don't often see Federico doing airs, and what he's doing now is he's taking the basic solid surfing to another level in this final. It's great to see him up that game.
Yeah, it's just good competing as well, really. He's just thinking about what's available and making that decision on the fly as he's going down the line and thinking the maximum score I can get from this is to go with the progression, go above the lip, rotate the tail around. He got most of it done. He just seemed to land in a kind of a crouch position, and he actually couldn't stand up, essentially. Maybe not enough speed, push on the board, enabled him just to get up into his sort of elevated surf stance to show he got a completion. Judges give him a 277 there, in no doubt that that was a no make. And now we're down to 21 minutes and an almost silent Cole Hauschman still with priority. Fred will go a touch deeper, and you might see some smaller waves stand up. If they do, and they look like the last one, he'll see scores available and try and take them. Cole, on the other hand, waiting for a bit of quality, Kai.
Yeah, and I think Fred's been really clever. Most of the scores today on rock-solid power surfing, going to the lip line and putting the rail in. So Federico may be thinking, listen, if I'm going toe-to-toe with Cole in this final, he's been dropping the big scores on the rail surfing and on the big lip line hits. What do I have to do to stand out? What do I have to do to get those judges to throw a little more at me? And progression is a good answer to that question.
Getting down towards 20 minutes remaining in this men's final here. Who's going to be the champion at Ballito this year? And those points and that trophy is either heading up to Europe, Portugal, or over to Southern California, depending on what happens in the remaining 20 in this. It's still priority with Cole Hauschman. And a bit of interest here, so kind of a purposeful paddle out to sea, and then he'll go. So up and swinging, a smaller wave, nice and steep on the face. There's the whip on the first turn, then a couple of double pumps. Look how much extra he can put into turns with very small radius really to play with. It's so impressive how he makes room for himself. He's an absolute unit. As we see the cheer squad there, Chloe Andino with the guns out, enjoying that with Cade Matson, and some whistles of approval for their boy.
Yeah, and for good reason. Just showing how much how much power he's got in those turns. And during the ladies' final, standing on the deck watching the action, we actually commented that these smaller ones are actually got much more scoring potential, and you just see him going to town on this, and how's that little release on the second turn. And the judges are going to like that wave. I mean, looking at the scores across the heat, it's certainly going to be the highest number so far. And you talk about that power in his legs, Paul. I'm pretty sure he needs custom wetsuits. I don't know if you've seen him on the beach. He's got the most just big and bulky upper thighs and legs you've ever seen.
A great decision to go that way, a 6.33 for him, and a good number. Sat for a while with priority, didn't get sort of trapped in waiting for a 6-footer. He saw a decent looking 3-foot wave come through and gave it the treatment. Thinking of performances from him. Well, let's just get another look and see how he got the 6.33, the high score of the final so far. This turn was really nice, Mike.
Yeah, and I love how he flared it out. You see how his back fin came out above the lip on the second last turn. He rides it out clean. Interestingly, he's opted to surf in boardies in this heat. All of his previous heats, he's had a full wetsuit on or a wetsuit with short arms and long legs. And just surfing in boardies, it's not very cold out there. But importantly, what that does is it takes away the possible restriction a wetsuit might give you. And he's going for every extra inch of equipment that might give him a benefit out there. And so he's gone for the boardies, a little bit more loose and feeling a little bit more flicky out there.
Sorry, no restriction in an O'Neill wetsuit.
No. But, he's from California where you would normally surf in wetsuits. And, sometimes when you do surf in the tropics, the water's not particularly cold out here. It just gives you that feeling of you feel free and a little bit more loose. And interesting, he's one of the few surfers in the event so far that's surfing in board shorts. That's just one thing I kind of noticed on that wave.
making his mark on this final now with just over 17 on the clock in it. The 6.33 in for him. And it's the only real score of quality we've seen thus far in this one. It's been a little bit starved of waves so far, but Cole back, not really on the ropes, but under a bit of pressure to do something, and he's got a good score on the board. Let's see the response from Frederico. We'll check out the remaining just under 17 minutes of this men's final at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill right after the break.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back to the men's final at the Ballito Pro. At the moment, the young American, Cole Hausman, he's got one solid number on the board. That's a 6.33. Looking to back that up. Fred Moraes, a couple of smaller numbers for him, a 3 and a 2. Not what he wants at this stage. 15 minutes and around about 15 seconds to go in this. And so far, it is that young American on the backhand who's been really impressive throughout this event. And just thinking about the way he got that 6.33 done, sort of surfing that he did, really reminds me in some ways of someone that did a charge on the challenges last year, Ramsey Bukiam, another big goofy, that powerful goofy roll that we've seen, some of those sort of archetypal type surfers down there. Just the way Cole makes room for himself and swings that huge frame around, and when you do that, you're displacing loads of water and getting big points. Cole Hausman obviously wanted to make a name for himself and feel like his position on the championship tour is merited. It is thus far in terms of what he's doing on the challengers, going all right in this final so far as well. And he'll be breathing a little easier with a 6.33, but he hasn't shown, Mike, thus far many signs of looking nervous throughout this event. He's very relaxed throughout. He's been able to drop some big numbers through. And big numbers has been a bit of a theme here. We've obviously been blessed with good waves throughout this event, but we've seen some massive numbers, including, of course, a perfect 10 go down as well. Let's have a look at some of those, but, you know, all 5 9s there, well worthy of that number. Interesting as well, different ways of doing it. Not all about the air or the barrels, big power turns doing it too.
Yeah, and it's a complete combo. I mean, Michael Rodriguez, Eli, Joel Vaughan, all with the big aerials, but then Wilcox, big, deep, crazy barrel. I mean, the drop-in into that thing was just ridiculous, going sideways almost, and then getting the big finish. And then Cole just with absolutely mint power surfing combinations.
The other crucial thing about that for Cole, look where it was done, Mike, in the semi-final and in the final stages of that as well. So just coming back on finals day, razor sharp, absolute A game, and blasting it to get here into the final. He hasn't gone up into that level of scoring so far in this final, but he's going all right, and you just feel the way the energy is with him, any sort of opportunity that comes through real quality, and he's capable of getting right up there in the 9s.
Yeah, he knows what it is to win an event, and he knows how to build the momentum through the event. You don't want to peak too early. Like you say, Paul, you saw a lot of those high scores in the round of 64, which seems weeks ago now. But, of course, he also won the Challenger Series Surf, the Sydney Surf Pro. And coming into this event, in his semi-final interview there, he said he's really looking now to take that momentum, draw on the experience of surfing a final just a couple of weeks ago into the Ballito Pro, and hopefully lift that really heavy Ballito Pro trophy.
Well, thinking about the 9s and those big scores he's been able to get, he hasn't done that yet in this final. He's got that 6. Priority is with Frederico Moraes, who doesn't need a big number. Let's just watch if Cole likes an inside wave here. He doesn't, but think about Fred now, Kai, with priority. He needs a 364. That won't factor into what he does next. I'm just thinking he's in a pretty decent spot himself here. The next wave that comes through of quality, he'll take it if he feels it's got a score. When in fact, it's this wave right here. Live action from Kick-Ass. Here he goes off the top. Big, stinging first turn. Draws out the bottom. There's that whippy rail into a snap finish and a hit on the lip. It's decent. Dog and Cowley Vast, they're enjoying that. And we talked about the position that he was in, and he's right back in the heat here.
Well, that was pretty much the picture-perfect response from Kick-Ass. I mean, found the wave. He really was patient and waited for that one. And what a wave to wait for. That thing just kept giving him the section to go ham at. The first turn was good. I mean, you'll watch the replay. Gets into it, beautiful bowl ahead of him, just jabs that first turn. You could see him just waiting for the section, absolutely destroys the carve, and then getting the solid finish. Comes in quickly from the judges too, 7-3-3.
Now the heat is really on. I think that Frederico Marai has been sort of floundering around all over the show a little bit. He had that priority, he had to get a wave, but I feel now he's pushed Cole Hauschman back into his corner of the ring and said, right, how's this? A 7-3-3, almost into the excellent range. I'm in the heat now too.
Improves on Cole's number by a point. The variety from the 3 turns, really what stood out to me watching that. And you do have that option. Talk about the goofy versus the regulars. On your forehand, facing the more range of turns. Cole's really is go hard bottom turn and leather it. Maybe a bit of release at the tail, but that's his kind of stock surfing, and I say that with inverted commas because there's nothing run-of-the-mill about it, but that's his maneuver options. Fred, on the other hand, able to go on the rail and just open up there, and it's beautifully linked together. We do talk about the transitions in surfing at this elite level, and Fred just blistering there. Crucially, unlike he did earlier on, he got the finish as well. And now, I wonder if that pressure will start to pay on Cole Hauschman. 10 to go in this. Only needs a small number for first, because Fred's backup is a pretty modest number, but again, he won't really be thinking about that requirement. It's what happens on the next set that comes through. And we've had a lot of one-wave sets, Kai, as well. That's kind of been a takeaway from today.
Yeah, definitely a couple. And what I like there is that Fred, we saw him going progression, didn't really work for him. So he thought, let me just reset and go back to my A game, which is, of course, rock-solid power surfing. This carve, though, just looks straight off the bottom, just absolutely mows that wave with the rail and getting the completion. And I think a key word for that score of the 7-3-3 from the judges there is variety. Like you said, variety. He didn't do 3 of similar turns. All 3 were different, all 3 were linked, and all 3 were done with power and precision.
Yeah, it's a great point, Mike. There wasn't necessarily one particular turn there that just kind of blew your mind or blew you out of the water, but combo the 3 of them up together, absolutely good value for a 7.
I think that major maneuver in the middle was bookended by 2 solid turns. This is Cole Hauschman. Wow, that was the 6-3-3, 3 maneuvers, but the wave wasn't as big and clean as Frederico's. Frederico opens it with this one, also just a turn looking down the line, but this was the middle, the real meat of the score on that wave, and he, as I said, he bookends it with something, exclamation mark on the end of it to bank the 7-3-3.
Yeah.
I think the point of difference there was the wave size. It was a bit cleaner, and the intensity, it was a little bit more of an intense wave on that bank.
Yeah, certainly on the finish, wasn't it? You just feel like comparing those two, a point in it. Yeah, you'd say that feels about right, but just the finish there, Kai, from Fred. As he went into that turn, that one bottomed out for him, almost quite cooperatively. He was already committed to going up into the lip. That was already happening. By the time he did that, the way the bottom fell out, got that little free fall energy as well, which always looks nice. The little look up to the panel as well. Good value for the 7.
Yeah, and also what I like there, especially after seeing the replays a couple of times, you know, you'll go to like Cole is going vertical into the lip on his backhand. Fred did a carve, but if you look at where he did the carve, that was not out on the shoulder at all. It was in a big, heavy section, and he actually airdropped out the back end of that carve and got the bottom turn back in. So done in a very critical section of the wave, and that's why the judges rewarded it.
All right, so Fred Moret's right now in the lead in this. I tell you what, we've lost a lot of time with just 6 waves ridden in what's a tense and quite cagey final. Camp Portugal will be pretty stoked with the last wave that was ridden, the 7-3-3, but Fred will remain highly vulnerable with a 3 in his top two. That's what he's got at the moment. The veteran out of Portugal, Cole Hausman, has priority right now, and he's well within striking distance. That requirement is a 4.34. You can kind of really forget that number for the time being, because he'll get a set wave that comes through with priority, and there's no way he's thinking about fours when he gets a set. He'll be thinking about that excellent range essentially, because he's gone there basically every heat. Went there in the semis a couple of times, got that 9. This is a different heat right now on the water though, and fewer opportunities coming through so far for Cole. He's just stood up 3 times. 2 of them have been under a 1, so a couple of quick throwaways, then that 6.33. We talked about how many waves coming through in the sets. These were 1-wave sets. This was Cole. This was the 6.33. Let's get another look at this.
Yeah, I mean, that first whip was awesome, and he comes around the section, just releases the tail with so much power. The end turn there, I think, a big differentiator, not as good as Freddie's. This one though, just that first turn, lining things up, then just look how heavy that section was where he put it on the rail, and getting a nice clean hit off the top to finish. You know, I think the judges got it spot on that exchange.
Interesting to see. We talk about that contrast between Goofy and regular, and there are quite significant differences in it. Just notice there from Fred on that replay, see his head, it basically doesn't move throughout the ride. He's always looking at the same section down the line as he surfs the wave. He's drilled in where he's looking. By comparison, on the backhand, you're constantly kind of spotting new areas of the wave where you're aiming, and that means you're going top to bottom. It looks radical, but something of a disadvantage, in that Fred was able just to use his natural kind of surfer's instinct, the flow of that wave. He didn't really need to study the sections too much, just allowed essentially surfing to do the talking.
Yeah, he set his eyes down the line, and then just allowed his hips and the rest of his board to do that 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock type of rotation. By contrast, as you say, on your backhand, you really have to swivel the shoulders around to look at where the lip is, come out and sort of S-turn it back into the next one. We've seen the Goofy footers very successful with it through the event so far. And for me, in terms of 3 quick maneuvers, that was maybe one of the best surfed regular foot waves that I've seen in the event so far, in such a short space of wave. It was only like maybe 30 meters that he covered.
Yeah, Kai, you mentioned the carve. We haven't seen loads of those full-blooded rail turns in the critical sections. Often it's a little bit between. You maybe kind of masking over a little bit of downtime in the wave by throwing in a hard carve. But interesting point, that was a searing turn right in the pocket.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously next event up is J-Bay, and that's where you're going to see those kind of turns, a lot of them.
Yes, please.
Yeah, yes, please. A lot of people, I find, use carves as sort of like a functional maneuver, like out on the pocket, redirect. But there is a place for them in critical surfing. And I mean, guys like John and Geordie Smith, for example, have really opened up that game with big down carves and like radical sections. And I think Kikas, they're really using the carve to its full effect.
Yeah, absolutely. So that score for him at the moment, it's a crucial one. I tell you, we probably weren't expecting totals of this order at this time in this final, but right now, 4 on the clock. It's really nervous moments because it's well within either surfer's grasp right now. Let's hope we get some more waves ridden in this one. At the moment, it's the American chasing a 4.34, a really small number. The body wampers are just enjoying their time next door at Bathers. Meanwhile, what a difference in terms of energy out here. It's not really about fun right now. It's strictly business. It's all about getting a win on the Challenger Series. And with a win, you'd expect a great chance of surfing on the Championship Tour next season when it kicks off that pipeline. So far in this heat, it's Moraes with the higher total. 10.66 is his number out of 20. Cole Hausman is still sitting on a 0.63 as a counting score with just over 3 minutes to go in the final.
Yeah, and I'm kind of interested to see Freddie drifting closer to Cole. Right now, 3 minutes on the clock in second priority. You know, only a 4.34 required for Cole. I'd almost expect Freddie to try to get as much distance between them as possible. We've seen waves on both banks. He could find one sort of away from Cole, because obviously as soon as anything pops up in that sort of radius of the two surfers, Cole is going to activate the priority.
Just the 6 waves ridden so far in what's setting up to be a really tense finish here. The stakes don't really get much higher. Big crowds on the beach throughout the week here have really enjoyed this festival atmosphere, you called it, Mike. It's certainly what we've had here. Loads of cool activations going on throughout a week, enjoying kind of gathering of the tribe and celebrating the surf community here. But ultimately, it all really comes down to this. It's the Challenger Series, and this is the final. And it's all about getting those big, big career wins. Right now, Federico Moraes, hesitant to say he's got a hand on the trophy because it is so much within Cole's grasp with 4-3-4, but just feeling some of these lulls and how extended they've been as this swell is on the wane. Certainly when the sets come through, there's still plenty of meat out there, but the gaps between them, they seem to be growing. So a reposition there, Cole Hausman heading deeper up the bank here, and then have a little look around to see exactly where he is and pick up his markers. There is a line of rocks just to the right of the shot there, so they'll have a pretty good idea where they're lined up. Meanwhile, Fred having a prowl going a little bit wide and having a little think, realizing that's a soft wave. We've only got 90 seconds on the clock here.
Well, my fingernails are gone, and it's not because it's been a high action heat. It's just that we're looking at two surfers, both with one fairly decent score and then absolutely zero backup.
I can't believe there's going to be a 4-3-4 hanging here. There hasn't been a wave for quite a few minutes now. We know Cole Hausman, that's a relatively easy get for him if he gets a wave, but the ocean just not playing with him at the moment.
So far, this final has been distilled down to that one exchange, and it was Fred Moraes who got the better score on a better wave, surfed it better too. No real arguments there about that, and at the moment, that is enough for a bit of authority in this heat. A small wave, you see a bit of a grimace on the face there of Hausman, who realizes that one will run soft for him as well. Any opportunity that comes through here, now he's going to start to think about it's just a 4-3-4. He's got 40 seconds remaining in this. He's looked unbelievable. He's looked unbeatable throughout the week here. No one really able to get close to him throughout the rounds. Right now, he's on the wrong side of just a 4-3-4, final 30 seconds.
Yeah, crazy. And at this point, it looks like the Indian Ocean is going to choose kick us.
Little lines coming through here. Hang on, 20 on the clock. So this first one, this is Cole, and he's deep, and he's put himself in the slot. He has to go this. He'll stand up with 10. Looking for 4-3-4. Hausman on the attack. First hit with speed and spray and another, and finish it with a tag. Wow. And we'll see behind him. I'm not sure Fred will get a wave before the end of this heat. Here goes Federico Moraes. I'm not sure if this is counting or not. First turn's good, and then hits it again for a big finish of his own. Where does this go in terms of scores? First of all, my main question was that after the horn for Fred Moraes? He certainly won't feel like it was by the way he celebrated that ride. So if it had come several seconds after the horn, I don't think we would have seen that energy from Fred. But what a tense finish. We talked about when it's close, and it's all going to come down to this final exchange, Kai.
Well, Cole found the wave. I said the Indian Ocean had maybe chosen Federico, but he got the wave, and he certainly surfed it to its full potential. I don't have any doubt he'll get the 4-3-4. But if Fred's wave is counting, my goodness, what a tight finish.
Well, I'm not sure it is, because on our score screen, we can see it's just a number to come in for Cole here. So let's get another look and remind ourselves he's only looking for a 4.
Well, look at this. Bam, just throws the fins out, comes straight back into another one, and then the third. Beautiful flow down the line. Not the biggest wave, but really good surfing.
Well, we're watching Federico Moraes, and this is a replay of his last wave. And we feel like this might have been a couple of seconds even after the horn. He surfed it really well. The finish was an absolute banger. I'm not sure that that's going to count. And looks like the number will come in here. Federico Moraes making his way onto the inside and in control of that right to the end. And numbers are in for Cole Hausman to 4-6-7 for him.
Pretty tight.
Never really doubted he was going to get the score. It's super, super tight, but crucially, when all's said and done, it puts him in first place in this competition, in this event. He's the champion. He's finding out about it now. The crowd are in full voice. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't really have arguments in terms of form throughout the event, but in a really tight final, it's the young American who goes back to back on the Challenger Series.
Well, that's an incredible result for this young man from California. The boys are like lifting him up on their shoulders. San Clemente in the house, and you can't really say anything else except that man is going straight to the championship tour.
On the shoulders of Kalohe Andino and Cade Matson, his housemates for this event. The San Clemente crew have been so tight. They've been supporting each other on the beach, and one of them has taken out the event. Gee, 2 events in a row, 20,000 points in just the last 2 events for Cole Hauschman. He got that wave in the last 25 seconds.
Unbelievable clutch surfing from Hauschman. Could we well be looking at a new Californian rookie sent to the championship tour for next year? Still a ways away from that, but 2 wins on the Challenger Series. Hard to think that he won't be finishing in the top 10. And another big, big moment for him, a well-deserved moment as well. And somehow to get that wave really stood up. There was 10 on the clock. You always fancied him getting a 4, but nevertheless, you still got to surf the wave to completion. Not rattled at all by being basically on the back foot throughout so much of that final, but a well-worthy champion, a solid, solid unit, a big, powerful surfer displacing loads of water in a powerful ocean, and very, very good value. Well worthy of a win here and being crowned champion in Ballito at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop 3 on the Challenger Series. Let's hear from your men's champion.
Cole Hauschman, what is going on? Back-to-back victories on the Challenger Series and the champion of the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty speechless right now. That was like probably the scariest heat I had all event. And yeah, luckily the wave came, but yeah, I'm speechless. I don't know. Congrats to Freddie. He was ripping all event, and yeah, I don't know. I'm super stoked. It's been pretty awesome.
Wow, let's shout out back home as well. Of course, next stop, the US Open of Surfing. But right now, San Clemente will be celebrating.
Yeah, shout out to everyone at home. I know it's like middle of the night, but shout out to this guy, Kalohe, all the 2% boys. Cade Matson was ripping this event, and yeah, it's been unreal support crew this whole year. And shout out to mom and dad and everyone watching at home. So it's been unreal.
The beach is going nuts. Back to you, boys.
The young Americans on the charge here. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we got the post show from the Ballito Pro. Loads of talking points from a dramatic event that didn't let us down on finals day. Stay tuned for the post show.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
we have the power to ignite a wave of change
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Campeão.
Campiona.
Champion.
Campion.
Juara. Champion. Batal.
Champion. Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion. Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
Champion.
And a very warm welcome to the post show at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill 2023. We've got two brand new champions at this iconic event on the beautiful Kwadakuza coast of South Africa. Here to talk you through the big talking points from final stage on the tough Paul Evans, Kai Linda, Mike Frew, and Breed, guys. That was a tense final.
Wow, from the sort of high performance of Bronte in the ladies final to just a real nail biter in the men's. But the wave came in the last 20 odd seconds, and Cole just living up to the form we've seen from him all event.
Mike, in terms of our champions, pretty worthy recipients of the trophy here. You look at what they were able to do in the final, but also just looking back throughout the rounds, big performances from that pair, and the Goofies going away with the silverware.
Absolutely. Bronte bringing the experience and her form and her championship tour pedigree through. Cole, the energy of youth bursting through to take the win.
Well, and I've got to say, if there's any chance of an injury or anything for Jeffreys Bay, please let's put that big beastie from California in there. Can you imagine that backhand unleashed on the world's best right-hand point?
All right, well, let's remind ourselves exactly on the part of the final here and how it all worked out for Cole Houshman, who had tough heats to surf throughout the bracket here. That's what it's like on the Challenger Series, particularly towards finals day. And you look back to the quarters and what he was able to do, taking on Cowley Vast. And that one was an actual heat where he was struggling there. It was one of the rare times we've seen it until the final really managed to get that done. Made unbelievably short work of Joanne Duru, and then through to the final. Meanwhile, Fred Moraes coming up against Cade, who looked like he was blazing yesterday. But Fred got himself into the final. It was always going to be a tough one. And for most of it, he looked like he was going all right in that final, Fred. I mean, that drama that came through at the end of it. Whenever we do have low-scoring affairs, let's take a look and see exactly what went down. But it remained close and nail-biting. A lot of it hinged on an exchange that came through at the midway point. Let's just remind ourselves how this final was. Fred looked steely focused as he changed up the equipment and went into this one. Cole drawing first blood with this number.
Yeah, and pretty much sticking to the game plan that's been working for him, which is hyper-aggressive backhand surfing right up in the lip line with loads of speed and power. Freddie, though, really came to the party with this one. Great first turn, then just schralping through that massive carve in the heavy section and finishing strong. He won the exchange, and then in the dying seconds, this one came through with Cole, and just again that big fin release on the backhand. He does it so well. Getting the three-turn combo, getting a 4-6-4, just scraping in on the requirement, but enough to win it. And I got to say, my heart bleeds a little bit for Fred because he got the next wave, but just behind the hooter. If the score had come for Fred's wave, we could have been looking at a different winner.
Yeah, results in here, so not a high scoring final, but it pretty much says it all, Mike. Each surfer with a solid score, and it's all about the backups. It was so close. We talk about those small margins in elite level sport. It's all about making those small margins go to your favor. And ultimately, a question asked of Cole, and he answered it, got the job done.
He kept his head up high, he kept his shoulders up, and he never said die until the last 25 seconds. So such a good illustration for any youngsters. You know, how do you approach a heat? Never give up the last 25 seconds of the whole event. and he gets the scoring wave.
Yeah, of course, Kai, going back to back is Cole, and it's amazing to see in surfing at this level, any level, particularly at the elite level, we see surfers get on a bit of a roll, a bit of a tear, something all comes together for them, able to get the favour of the panel of the judges as well for their surfing, but all those other factors, equipment, just the way they're training, preparing. Cole Hausman will want the US Open. It couldn't come around quick enough for him. He'd be happy if the event was next week.
Yeah, US Open at home in front of friends and family, the San Clemente crew. I mean, a big part of his success this year has been the fact that they're traveling in that big crew. You know, you've got brother who's almost like Uncle Kalohan now with these youngsters, and they really have just been pushing that vibe and supporting him, and the results are showing. So imagine he can go for the triple. I don't know if anyone's done the triple in the Challenger before.
And we're obviously here trying to send surfers to the Championship Tour. And in the past, often we've had a bit of a gulf in terms of the quality of venues, but in terms of the wave we've had here at Ballito, also in Australia on the Championship, on the Challenger Series already this year, we've had some great waves, and surfers like Cole Hausman with the power, you'd be backing him to go pretty well as a rookie should he get there on the Championship Tour.
Absolutely. He's shown what he can do in the smaller stuff as well as the bigger stuff. And I'm just so stoked we've got to also showcase Ballito and the quality waves that are on offer here. We saw on one of Travis's calls this event, he was saying that one day in particular was the best waves we've had on the Challenger Series this year, which is great for Ballito.
Speaking of quality, let's remind ourselves how it went down to finals day. I set up the bracket, and surfers putting their hand up really with big performances. That's what it took to get here, to come back for finals day. We just had the semis and the finals to run today, and just checking how this stood up. Bronte McCauley's part of the final. Alyssa Spence has been blazing on this tour. Isabella Nichols as well, recently back from the Challenger Series. Fahini, on the other hand, got past Sally in the quarters. That happened yesterday, and then Charlie Kelly. That was a tough heat today. So this one matched up really well between these two. But we talked about the consistency of Bronte McCauley, Kai, and that's what she showed us throughout.
Well, to be honest, for me, from round one, I had a little tick up against Bronte's name. She just looked so good every heat, putting on probably some of the highest heat totals all the way through the event. She just really seems to have found her stride again, her confidence. And I mean, I couldn't be more happy for her either, because she's one of the nicest girls on tour.
I think after one of the softest starts to the year that she's had, she's certainly going. Here's some highlights from the final. Vianney got this wave and set the bar nicely, and Bronte just came back with some solid power. The surfer from Western Australia just attacking the lip and really just locked in those scores. Vahini, this was the one where it was the biggest set wave, obviously, of both of the finals, but she didn't really find a rhythm here and wasn't able to capitalize on a good finish, and just digging the nose in, and perhaps the final just rolling away from her right there. Bronte up and riding, and I love that turn. For me, that was the women's turn of the event.
And what a crucial time for it to come as well, Kai.
Yeah, I think the moment for me there was the flash of the Bell family, the Bean Stays were just losing their minds. That's the nice thing about Ballito, is that you have that real camaraderie here with all the surfers and the locals.
Official results from the final. What a way to do it for Bronte McCauley. That's a massive total. 8.17 and a 7.5. Huge numbers. It was going to take something really quite monumental to come back at that from Vaini Fierro. Unable to do it, but nevertheless going all the way for a final and a second place here. Should be stoked with that. Right now, it's time for our awards presentation at the Ballito Pro. Let's send it down to Gig Silius.
Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a good afternoon and welcome to the presentation and prize giving. And all of you around this beautiful region of KwaZulu-Natal that have made your way down to the beach, we'll start off with a huge round of applause for everybody that's down here. What a day we've had. Another amazing edition, the 54th edition of the Ballito Pro. And it has just been a wonderful stop for many of the world's best men's and women's surfers making the journey here to South Africa. Of course, 2 stops prior to this, and now here in South Africa, the Challenger Series is proving so much value and, of course, valuable points for our surfers as they try to qualify for the year-end championship tour level. Of course, none of this happens without a lot of support and a lot of thanks to give out. So, of course, it goes without saying the KwaDukuza municipality setting the standard for the country
Every year we come back here, we absolutely love it, and they are our title sponsors, of course, along with the surf brand O'Neill. Tomorrow, Jack O'Neill Day as well, so what a celebration here of everything in Ballito and, of course, around the world. A lot of thanks always to our friends and partners, Monster Energy, of course, to the crew at SMG Yamaha for the official vehicles and the Water Safety Patrol, Coca-Cola, and of course to so many others that have made all the moving parts just fall together for an amazing edition of the Ballito Pro here in South Africa. Of course, to the councillors, to the community, and of course to all the working teams, the WSL's judges, and everybody else, what an amazing event. This has also been a festival, nearly 12 days of action here. We saw the O'Neill Smith's Rookie Rippers take place, a lot of build up to this Challenger Series event, and the surf is pumped. The festivities, the carnival in and around Ballito has made it the #1 place to be in South Africa for this time of year, and of course just everything around the event itself. Folks, of course, the theme this year from O'Neill, everything is blue, konke kuluhlaza, means that we have an environmental consciousness, and of course we'll ask that every one of you, as you enjoy this beautiful place and of course this beach lifestyle, and wherever you go in the days to come, just be aware of our planet and of course the responsibility of keeping our oceans clean. We cannot thank everybody enough, and of course the local community that have given up the waves, the Ilembe surf riders, and to all you Ballito locals, once again a huge thank you. We'd like to present some flowers to the mayor of this beautiful town, Lindy Nyaka. We've got a special gift for you. Thank you very much for joining us. We know your diary is busy, but certainly everybody here, and on behalf of the World Surf League and Surfing South Africa, we'd just like to present you with this beautiful bouquet. And of course, so much work behind the scenes. We'd like to call up Colette Bundy to the stage. The amount of work that this person does is just beyond immeasurable. She has herself made this event one of the prides of world surfing. And Colette, on behalf again of Surfing South Africa, just a massive thank you for everything you do for the Ballito Pro and this community in general. Thank you so much, ladies. Wonderful. Of course, up here with me, Paul Canning from O'Neill, Tasha Mentasti from WSL Africa and Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie, as we'll segue our focus now to getting our surfers and our finalists up here. We are asking that the runner-up in the men's division, Frederico Marias, if he can join us up here on stage for a few words, and of course to collect those 7,800 points on the Challenger Series. Frederico, your runner-up this year, folks. $10,000, do the math, that's about 180 grand in our money. And of course, a big step in the right direction towards a top 10 end of the year finish. Let's get a few words from Frederico on his way to a runner-up position here in Ballito.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having us. This is a beautiful place. We love it here. It's an event that's been on for years and years. You guys never gave up on us. So yeah, thank you so much for that. I've always had great results here in South Africa, J-Bay, here, Ballito. So yeah, super stoked. Obviously, we all want to win, but important points to the end goal, which is be back on tour. And well, this was a big step.
Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up at the Ballito Pro Men's Division, Frederico Marias from Portugal. Calling up our runner-up in the ladies' final, brilliant surfing all through the event, Vahin Fierro from Tahiti. Welcome to the stage. And of course, how amazing are these trophies as well. Of course, Iwe from Oakley to add to the
points. And as we mentioned, 7,800 points is a big step in the right direction for both of these runner-ups to qualify. Vaheen, let's get a few thoughts from you quickly. Great surfing all the way through the week. You're also a qualified Olympian. It's got to feel good to be you.
Yes, thank you so much to the community here in Ballito. It always feels like home when I come here. So thank you, like the kids, like with the signing, and it's so much good energy. So it was a great week. The waves were so fun. It was nice to like be able to show our surfing in good waves, and yeah, stoked.
Ladies and gentlemen, your runner-up Vaheen Fierro from Tahiti. Remember these names, folks. And now let's get to our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive charge to the finishing line. A second win on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. San Clemente, California's Cole Hauschman is your champion of the Ballito Pro. Well, that is a big trophy. Luckily, these two men are big humans. And let's get a couple of thoughts from Cole Hauschman. Cole, you left that one to the finish line.
Yeah, that was super stressful. Going into the final, you never expect it to be super low scoring heat. And Freddie's been ripping all events, so I thought I was going to need like 15, 16 points to win. But a bit unfortunate, it was slow, but just worked out in the end. Got the wave with like 30 seconds left, so I'm super stoked.
And of course, back-to-back wins as well. You'll be sitting right at the top of the story on your way back home to California for the US Open.
Yeah, I was just going into this event hoping to back it up with a few heats, but I've had a few smart heats and played it well, and yeah, super stoked. It's been unreal here in South Africa, and super stoked to back it up with a win. So,
ladies and gentlemen, your champion of the Ballito Pro, Cole Hauschman from San Clemente, California. Some of the biggest points as well, ladies and gentlemen, on the way to the win. And now let's make some huge noise for, from Western Australia, Bronte McCauley, your ladies champion of the Ballito Pro for 2023. Now it smiles all round. Bronte, let's get a few thoughts from you. Beautiful trophy, and what a beautiful day to celebrate here in Ballito.
Yeah, it's been a really great trip. Really love this place. So yeah, just to get to the win was a bonus, and yeah, thanks for having us. And yeah, I'm stoked.
And of course, over to California now. How are your thoughts? This is momentum for you now to capitalize on.
Yeah, it's good not to lose straight away like the first two. So yeah, really excited for the rest of the year and to get to Huntington and try to make a few more heats.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions of the Ballito Pro. Bronte McCauley from Western Australia, Cole Hauschman from San Clemente, California. And it is celebrations down here at the beach. It's been wonderful to have each and every one of you here. And as we pop the champagne, we'll send it back to the booth and to you boys. Thank you very much.
All right, great stuff there. So two freshly minted champions in the form of Bronte McCauley, the Western Australian. Delighted with her win that big trophy as well, which will sit quite nicely on the mantelpiece or the trophy room. Also, Cole Hauschman, who's gone back-to-back on the Challenger Series. Of course, the reason we're on the Challengers, well, it's all about those ratings and getting yourself in a position to qualify for the Championship Tour. And we'll update those ratings for you and see exactly where we are. But we're on the midpoint of the season right now. 3 more events to go, of course. 4 results counting. And pretty crucial with a big points here and big momentum going into the back half of the season.
Yeah, I think the big one being Cole could probably take off the rest of the season if he really wanted to. I know he won't because he's a competitor. But in the ladies, look at that big jump up for Bronte, up into 5th. That is the last qualifying position for the ladies. But so she will definitely be going to the US Open to try and get another score.
Yeah, significant moves being made here by the likes of Zali Kelly as well, getting herself in the top 10. Vaini Fierro up there in 4th, Mike. That'll be crucial. Isabella Nichols, top spot. Solid result here. Equal 3rd with the semi-final finish and looking good at the top of the ratings.
Yeah, almost 7,000 points separating number 1 to number 5 there. So you got to feel Isabella Nichols and Sally Fitzgibbons are going to be very confident going into those next 3 events. And it's great to see such a huge jump there for Vaheen and Bronte.
The Australians dominant in the top 5. 4 of those 5 names for the women coming from Australia. Let's check out the men. No real surprises. He's won 2 events. Cole Hauschmund sitting at the top there. So taking that top spot from Jacob Wilcox. Fred Moraes making a major jump up into 3rd.
Yeah, and Cole sitting pretty, 20,700 points, only halfway through the season, so he's pretty much booked his ticket. Jacob Wilcox will be feeling pretty confident that he's heading to the World Tour as well, but also look at the big jump for Federico, up into 3rd, 14,000 points. He's looking good. He needs one more result, and he's pretty much booked his ticket back. Cade Matson, big jump to 5th, and then also Johan Duru, still sitting in 8th place there. He's still in the mix.
Yeah, Cole Hauschmund and Jacob Wilcox, they've bolted off the start line already around the first corner there. But if you look at the points in the bottom 5 there, a quarterfinal, semi, or a final finish there could really shake up those couple of positions there. 8,000 for Marco Mignot. You'd have to think he's not safe by any means in that position at this stage.
Yeah, certainly he'll be someone looking to go deep into the US Open and obviously heading up into Europe for the Challenger Series in Portugal before we head to Brazil. So that's what's in store on the Challenger Series. We've also got a pretty good event coming up on the Championship Tour. We're going to stay here in South Africa and we're going to head down to Jeffreys Bay. So our stop number 9 of 10, just 2 to go on the Championship Tour. It'll kick off real soon next week. But right now, let's cast our mind back to last year, and it was just unbelievable conditions. And this was a pairing that we'd sort of felt about for a long time, and that romance very much consummated with the win for Ethan Ewing at Jeffreys Bay last year.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before Ethan got a result at Super Tubes. The wave is literally designed for his surfing, and he's going to be very difficult to beat this year too.
What are we expecting from, well, from Ethan, but also from the rest of the CT? They'll be looking forward to that event, a chance to open up on the point break, and a crucial stage in the season in terms of getting in top 5, which final 5 coming up real soon. Let's think about the women as well and what went down last year at J Bay, and with those pumping waves on offer, it was the power surfers that came to the fore, and no one did it better than Tatjana Weston-Webb, who went mad.
Yeah, she certainly did. She dominated. This event had the best waves that J Bay has had since possibly 1984 for a final of this nature. It was a packed beach. They wrapped the event up very quick, and Tatiana absolutely dominating out there, and it was fantastic. It was the first Goofy Foot win on the ladies for a long time.
All right, cannot wait for all that to kick off. That's happening on 13th of July. We'll begin the waiting period. That's Wednesday next week. So a few days between now and that event. There's plenty of swell in the water as well. Looking forward to that. Let's cast our mind back to big 5 moments from this competition. It's been a real fun week of surfing in Ballito. And once again, the waves certainly haven't let us down. Let's go back and look throughout the event at really big standout performances. It's all about getting up the ratings, but also making a bit of a statement here, guys, and showing what you could do in quality conditions. And sometimes it's all about doing it on the buzzer. Vahini Fierro, moment number 5, buzzer beater for her.
Yeah, so Vahini, quarterfinal number 1. This was one of her waves yesterday. We heard the crowd erupt, and that's what got her through into the semis and finally into the final there.
Well, I love this one. Joel Vaughan looking for a score earlier in the rounds, and just a massive backhand air rotation. Just absolutely good. And one of my highlights, of course, was the fact that when he was interviewed afterwards, how did you get that air done? He was like, I don't know, my eyes were closed.
This next one is my favorite wave of the event. The perfect 10, the only perfect 10 of the event. Jacob Wilcox in the round of 16 came out of that lovely tube to hit the lip as well. He claimed it, and look at how technical he was on his backhand there. He had to get a high line to get out of that barrel, and also showcasing Ballito at the same time, and some of the best waves you saw of the event in that particular heat.
Well, and then this guy, the big man, just look at the size of those upper legs. No wonder he displaces the ocean every time he does a turn. And he's just been a methodical machine throughout this event on the backhand, unleashing the tail everywhere he goes. Loads of power, just really pushes water out the back of the wave, and it's got to impress the judges when you see that much spray coming out the back of the board.
Such a power unit, and it was so cool to see how he was cheered up the beach by his fellow housemate from St. Clemente.
And then Bronte, for me, the standout surfer of the event. Maybe a lot of people thinking Cole would have taken that title, but I think if you look at performances and you look at the sort of consistency of scores in surfing, Bronte just dropping big scores, big combos throughout the event, and a well-deserved ladies champion.
Well, it's been an incredible event to call, absolutely drenched in surf throughout the week here. We've been blessed in what's been a brilliant edition of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Guys, just a quick final thought from you on how this week's gone down in Ballito.
Absolutely stoked. The waves have been good, the beach has been packed, and the surfing has been incredible. Real championship tour level surfing in the Challenger Series.
It lived up to expectations, and I was so stoked to see Cole Houshman take the win for the Goofy Footers, and see all the young, new energy in the Challenger Series, all those juniors bursting through.
Well, professional surfing might put the board shorts away, maybe reach for the beanie and something of a warm coat. We're heading down to the Eastern Cape for the Corona Open J-Bay. That's kicking off on the 13th of July, Wednesday next week. We'll look forward to seeing you there.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.